Üks, kaks. Nii. Saal on jäänud nii kenasti vaikseks, kõik on nagu sellised hästi korralikud konverentsilised, tajuvad hästi kell on tõesti saanud 10 ja natuke peale. Meil on 1. veebruar, mul on väga hea meel teid siin kõiki näha. Aasta 2023. 1. veebruar, see kuupäev ei ole ju mitte juhuslik. See on tänase konverentsi päevaks valitud, et peame lihtsalt meelde tuletama, et 32 aastat tagasi, siis aastal 1991, just 1. veebruaril sai Eestimaa Looduse Fond alguse, mitukümmend siis sellist loodusest hästi lugupidavat looduskaitset, loodusinimest ja ärimeest panid selline vabaühendusele keskkonnaorganisatsioonile alguse ja sellest ajast peale siis Eestimaa Looduse Fond on Eestimaa looduse hea käigu eest seisnud ja toimetanud kõikvõimalikke uut teadmist ja mõttevara kaasates. Ja üheks siis Eestimaa Looduse Fondi tegutsemise osaks tegelikult ajapikku on saanud ka need iga-aastased konverentsid, millest siis tänavune, olete juba kursis, on pühendatud metsale, mets tahab vanaks elada, elustikust, kliimast ja inimesest, on siis selle tänase konverentsi nimi. Ja ehkki te olete tuttav kindlasti selle konverentsi päevakavaga ja see on seal üleval ukse juures ka ilusti üleval, siis võime igaks juhuks selle päevakava selles mõttes üle käia, et tekiks korraks selline aim, mis meid siis ees ootab. Nii nagu sõnasõna ütleb, et metsas ei ole kõik puud ühesugused, et nii inimesed ka ei ole ühesugused, et neid ettekandjad on ka päris erinevaid siin tänase päeva jooksul. Ja teemasid samamoodi, et alustame siis kõigepealt metsaelustiku teemaga, see esimene teemaplokk räägib metsaelustikust, selle seisundist ja selle hoidmisest ja väga tore, et mitte ainult Eestis, vaid siin võrdluseks on meil ka lähinaabrite juurest esinejad Lätist ja Soomest ja Rootsist. Siis pärast lõunat läheme edasi väikese kliimateemaplokiga, kus tuleb juttu kliimast, sellest, kuidas metsad seda mõjutavad, Euroopa Liidu kliimapoliitikast, aga süsinikuringest ehk siis sellest, et kuidas metsad saavad kaasa aidata kliimamuutuse leevendamisele. Ja tänase päeva lõpetab siis selline inimese ja metsa suhteid käsitlev teemaplokk, kuidas inimesed metsi tajuvad, kuidas kodumetsa käekäigule on võimalik kaasa aidata.
How can you facilitate the development of your home forest? Where can you arrive as you wander in forests? If you have a little bit of a trouble understanding foreign languages, since this conference is has interpretation as well and will have speakers in English as well. So from the entrance, at the entrance door, you'll see receivers and headphones where you can get your headphones and get interpretation from there. If your mother tongue is English, you can use that also for presentations in Estonian. If you leave the hall for lunch or for anything, please keep the headphones in the hall, return them by the door and pick them up again as you come in. The debate on forests and old forests has been going on for years and it still seems very topical, not only as a personal idea, and that is proven by the fact that interest for today's conference is very, very high. Altogether, there should be more than 750 people, which is a respectable number for a conference. So, welcome to all of you dialing in over internet. Some practical notices before we get to the actual business of the conference. Although it's not the most important thing, please don't sit at the very end of this lines, the seats. If there are anybody else coming in at a later time, it is easier for them to get a seat there. At the end of each presentation, there is a time for questions and answers, so do ask your questions not only if you're here, but also over web from the ELF webpage on Slido or by Postimees broadcast. it's especially easy for them. So if you have a question, you can write it down immediately and send it to us, and we'll be sure to ask it from the speaker. And to conclude my introduction, I'd like to draw your attention to an initiative. There are some pieces of art behind me and in the hall. ELF had a creative competition. Old forests are like a fairy tale. And children created collages. Some are quite good, I'd say. Some of them are being presented here, and a selection of those will be sent to Ülemiste Center as an exhibition. But I think that now we can start with the most important part of the day, the speakers. First and foremost, could I ask the Minister of Environment to take the floor, Mr. Madis Kallas. He has been chairing the Ministry of Environment since July last year, and he has been quite very appreciated by people that have been working with forests.
Head konverentsil osalejad, väga hea oli juba see sissejuhatust kuulda, et tegelikult kui palju erinevaid teemasid seoses metsaga meil täna siin päevakorda tuleb. Mul ise ei saa päris lõpuni olla, aga vähemalt esimesed ettekanded saan ära kuulata. Kõigepealt see, mida juba ka vihjati, et mida tähendab mets eestlaste jaoks, tunnistan, et juulikuust alates olen ka mina näinud teistsugust tähendust different meaning for forests as compared to my previous positions in the Saaremaa municipality and the Kuressaare city. This is really important that forests are important for Estonians. Whenever you speak about forests, no one remains indifferent. In addition to the discussions that we've had since for decades already about the discussions over the past 5 years concerning the development plan for forestry shows that everyone in Estonia has an opinion about this all across the country, everyone, whatever the age. So the issue of forests from the environmental point of view is really topical, and we can argue whether we should pay more attention to another field or something, but you cannot really go against what people feel, and forests seem to be the case at present in Estonia. When we're speaking about controversies and how in Estonia we are talking about forests at all, then we do argue a lot, and there is a whole host of different opinions on how we should speak about the forest, how we should manage the forest, how we should protect and keep the forests intact. Then yesterday we had a different discussion about forestry here close by in a hotel, and I do really like that some people from that discussion have come over here as well, which means that we do have contacts. And secondly, the same values and opinions that have been given about forestry by the forest owners and people managing forests, and on the other hand, those who protect forests, there seems to be a red line between those two groups. Some want to manage the forests, others want to preserve the forests, but I'm sure we can come together and discuss these things, and the important thing is not to give up on our values and to remain honest in all of this. And speaking from my own experience, I can tell you that what is happening in the Estonian Parliament, the Riigikogu, that one thing is what you can see publicly
but there is no political party with whom you cannot really have a meaningful discussion concerning the environment and forests. It is just that the cameras cause someone to show a different opinion. But everybody understands that something has to be changed. A lot of numbers have been spoken about as well on how we should preserve the forests and how many protected forests we should have and how much old forest we should have, which is the topic for today. And yesterday I could hear that all political parties said that we cannot just speak about numbers, that if we need to protect 31% of forests, then we do that. If it's 29 or 35%, well, it is not all about numbers. And from year to year, things have been going on quite well. If there are some stands or parks somewhere that do not have environmental value, although every tree and every forest has its value, and if these stands and parks do not need state protection, so we are ready to go the other way as well to remove protection. This is the honest way of environmental protection. We do what the nature needs. If we need, we have more reserves, and if we don't have a need for any, then we can also remove the protection. And I'm also going to speak about private forests. If we want to protect private forests and not allow them management, forestry or cutting of forests, then it is also important for us to figure out how to compensate them. We also have to give more value to timber so that we do not just export raw timber, so that the common value that we have from forests would remain in Estonia, that people will get jobs out of it, and the state budget will also get funds for this, out of this, and use these funds for environmental protection as well, among other things. A lot has been said about the things and feelings that are difficult to measure. And I've also had a lot of information that many people say that perception-wise something is not right with Estonian forests. They cannot put a finger to this, or there are no specific surveys to support it. But what people can say is that we should have more selective forestry. We should have fewer clear-cut areas. We should have more of these areas of increased public interest where no clear-cutting occurs. And they can describe this. And this is a clear indication of what a man from the street who does not know the details, does not know the story of each plant or each tree, but we cannot remove what they are seeing. And people are saying that something is wrong there. And to sum up, I invite all of you, and I hope that it will be done, that we will fix things in forestry at least for 8 years. And I know that many of the political forces in the parliament today do not wish to fix this because they say we are doing too much for industry, and on the other hand there is a political party which says that it is not green enough. But I think this is the best compromise that can be achieved at present. This is the best thing that the Estonian society can achieve today. Yes, I'm also saying that we could have more ambitious plans when it comes to protection of the nature and the environment, but you also have to take into account the fact that there are people in Estonia who have a different opinion, and we also have to accept them and their opinions. That is why we have to meet halfway, everyone, how we can protect the forests in a sustainable way and what steps need to be taken to achieve this. I do hope that the steps that
that we are taking the trends are positive. They could be done faster, more efficiently, but at least these are clear, honest and specific steps. And I cannot see any turnaround here in the Estonian society. And it is also important that the political forces aren't playing games here, so that on the one hand they say they seem to be against, but then they say, then we cannot agree with this still. Well, they have to be clear whether we want to continue in this manner or not. And I think that the next discussions also in the Parliament will be meaningful. It is important for all of us to sit around the same table and talk to each other and make reasonable decisions for sustainable forestry, both management and preservation. Have a good conference. I think that we are moving in the right direction and maybe taking more slower steps, but still we are moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Madis Kallas, for this politically very balanced and very good introduction. And you can see that Madis Kallas is given a book as a thank you. And as he was concluding his presentation, I got to thinking that folk wisdom isn't necessarily reflecting biological wisdom. But there is a well-known song saying that one birch is more contorted than another aspen, but they are still not fighting, and so we hope that you'll find sensible compromises. But Madis Aava has a book by Susanne Simard, a Canadian forest biologist, and the book is Looking for Mother Tree, published by Postimees Publishing House, and it might be good for you to know what that book speaks about. Susan Simard, when she was a young scientist in British Columbia, she noticed that it seems the trees were exchanging messages and discovered that they have set up an underground network of mycelium, all these nodes and nodes and lines, and the biggest sort of hubs are the so-called mother trees that exchange the information and spread the information with others. In the beginning, it was taken with a lot of ridicule. People found it really funny, but now tests seem to prove that she was right. And at the end of the introduction, there is a funny sentence. The forest society that we rely on depends on cooperation with humans, resilience, and collaboration. We must study it, and we must take that into account when setting up forest policies before it's too late. Should you be interested, it's possible to buy that book today as well during the atrium. Both cash and cards are accepted, but that much about advertising. At the very other side of the stage, there is Erik Moora. Every organization needs to have a supervisory council to give direction and provide supervision. Right now, the supervisory board is headed by Aveliina Helin, but it's very nice that Erik Moora has come to us today, a member of the supervisory board, a man has worked for a long time in media, politology, marketing, in addition to his final position at Eesti Ekspress, but now he has sort of converted to climate and forestry and whatnot. Anyway, Erik Moora, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, and let me welcome everyone that has logged in or come here to the Forest Conference. devoted to old forest, its value and vitality, how it needs to adjust to climate change and other changes. I'll be speaking on behalf of Estonian Fund for Nature, but first and foremost, I will speak for myself. I haven't been able to release my life before ELF. So first of all, on behalf of from ELF, here and today, at a conference that carries the mood of an anniversary, it's fitting to thank Ülemiste Center on behalf of Estonian Fund for Nature, a well-known Estonian company operating in a totally different field, in the field of consumption and trade, is a supporter not only of the conference today, but for a very long time they have been a very good partner for ELF, with a clear mission on how should we manage forests in such a way that it'll maintain its values, to promote continuous cover forestry and whatnot. ELF has been able to promote all these issues in a wonderful way over the past 6 years thanks to Ülemiste Center. That much for Estonian Fund for Nature. Now, a few words from myself. The organizers want this conference not to sink into topical debates on all the arguments on forestry. Although the elections are coming, there are all sorts of debates in the air. People dug themselves into trenches. Let's not have a fireworks of that. Let's speak about the forests, its value, its vitality. First of all, the vitality of old forests, its timelessness, not its temporal value. That is what the organizers want. I don't know if we'll manage, because it seems a little bit doubtful to me whether we can draw a line here, because when I think about what has become the leitmotif in the debate on forests, then we speak about the same thing. And that's why I'd like to share with you my personal story. Or confession. And to introduce that confession, let me recall the movie night last night at Ülemiste Center, something that Urmas Tartes said. He said about the bark beetle. As he looks at the damage caused by a bark beetle and other damages, he looks at it from different angles. He looks at the timber stock, all the destruction. Some see that as a food plate. Others admire trees that are still standing, admiring that so many trees have survived. Some see an awful current situation. Some see a process, some see a cause, and others see an effect. But what Urmas says is everybody sees what they want to see, what they have trained themselves to see. If you've been trained to see things in a certain way, that's what your view will be. That's perfectly natural and right in a way. You can't say that there is anything weird about it. I was in journalism for 6 years, in a position where I had to be fighting for balance, be really focused on it. There is one thing that journalists train themselves in the best cases, and that would be getting down to the core of a conflict, the issue at hand, and to make it simple for the man on the street. A journalist usually is not a specialist. They must be able to treat both parties in a fair and just way, and they need to find out the cause. And their eye is trained to find arguments from both sides. And over time, that should lead to a balanced way of reflecting things. And I must make a confession that it became more and more difficult for me over years, as soon as we spoke about forests. My love for Estonian land and forests, I kept a closer eye on all these issues related to land use, forestry, forest management. The more passionate it became, the more pictures I had of clear-cut fellings. Initially, the whole issue of neutrality inside me wasn't really difficult. I met different parties, I talked to them, I saw what they were doing, I understood both arguments. But now, a year after I've resigned from journalism, I said, the reason was that I would have to fake this neutrality. I couldn't. The expectation is that in any argument, the one who is stronger, the one who's better equipped, the one who handles things better, the one who has better machinery at their disposal, should carry more responsibility, should bear the social responsibility better. First and foremost, what I have in mind here is the forest management side. And I had bigger and bigger doubts about it. All this dark PR that I came across again and again. You meet conservationists, and normally we would speak about forests, we speak about new studies, we speak about how the forestry management plan is developing, from their complaints to the State Forest Management Center to the ministry, where things move sometimes too smoothly, organizations that cannot fulfill their role as the balancing factor. And on the other hand, a lot of steam was the complaints how the conservationists don't know about things, how they live in cities, who don't know what is happening in forests, what not, what for. And I didn't really meet too many conservationists like that. Yes, I had met a few, but that was not the leitmotif. And that will start to change your attitude. And some of these public debates really stroke me the wrong way. Loss of jobs in rural areas because of conservation limitations. Look at the data, and you see that the loss of jobs does not correlate, or it correlates to more trees being felled. From villages and counties, you hear that felling means that there are men and machines brought in with little mobile houses. They take away the trees and the money, and locals are left with totally messed up land and soil. And that was the debate has turned towards that you need to cut as soon as possible. You can't let the forest grow old because then it becomes a climate problem. And the best thing is to cut down trees as soon as possible. And maybe the most serious thing that really bothered me, and what really made me think, was the whole issue of protecting key woodland areas. Yes, I understand that there are a lot of things to do, but mapping these woodland key habitats, mapping these very few areas and protecting them, and that somehow serves the interest of Kremlin and Putin, and using the whole usage of fossil fuels. And that really bothered me. That really upset me, and it seemed so unfair. Little by little, I reached the conviction that these active promoters of forest management, those that have reached these elected positions, they really hate old forests. We wouldn't want to keep them. Let's not have it. Let's not enable it to grow. Let's not map it. Let's not give it any room for existence. And this is something that I cannot really understand. It's not an argument like any other. It's not an argument that should have the same space, the same airtime, in a situation where we have 1 or 2% of really valuable old forest from the whole forest mass. Nothing doing. As I was going through my little forest walk in Lahemaa, and I reached the area where we had pine trees 140, 150 years old, it creates a sense of awe and wonder, and it's a totally different feeling. And it is special, because forests like these are special. There are so few of them left. And as such, they deserve to be protected. They deserve every effort we can make to maintain them. Not giving some areas for conservationists by the edge of marshland where we don't have that value, but we can fulfill the plan for percentages and square centimeters. This is the leading topic, the whole attitude towards the old forest, the most valuable, the most biologically diverse, ripe forests, mature forests, where the change of generations has created this environment. That was a breaking point for me. And that's where I'd finish, where I started from. In my opinion, Estonian conservationist organizations, Estonian Fund for Nature, have brought this topic to the agenda in a systematic and responsible way. And they have been conscientious about that. That's why I can report that now, quite a lot of woodland key habitats have been taken into protection. It hasn't been easy, but it's highly recommendable. If there are entrepreneurs, private individuals who feel that they can give a hand, do something for that, I encourage you to do that. It's a fight for the right thing, and I wish you all a very good conference, where you'll find values that feel worth fighting for. Thank you.
Erik, do not go yet. I also want to give you a present. Erik is a good speaker. We could just listen to you, go on listening to you. And he has been training for years. He is speaking skills.
And
since we seem to get quite sentimental towards the end, but I would like to wish that Erik kept optimism and a sense of humor as well, because if you can solve things, then you can do this Estonia and elsewhere in the world as well. When it comes to environmental protection, then with a sense of humor, you can solve things. But at the beginning, Erik mentioned Ülemiste Center. If the representative from Ülemiste is here, I would like to invite them up here and also to say a big thank you to them. Big thank you for your assistance. As I said, the Estonian Fund for Nature has both the supervisory and management board, and one of the traditions has been to hand over the Young Conservationist Award. The award has been here since 2005. It was launched by Alexei and Kaja Lotman, and the aim is to support conservationists all across Estonia through generations, and it has been a successful thing because two of the award winners are also among the speakers today. And I would like to invite now Tarmo Tüür to hand over this year's award. He is chairman of the management board of the Estonian Fund for Nature. Tarmo, the floor is yours. Good morning. I'm really happy to be here at this conference dedicated to old forests. And I'm really happy to see this keen interest. I understand there's more than 750 participants in our conference today. And there are probably others who are listening without registration via the web, listening to us via the web, and also are thinking along and sending us questions and comments. The agenda is a very interesting one as well, so I look forward to listening to all the presentations. It is also the birthday of the Estonian Fund for Nature today. 32 years ago, on the 1st of February, we were founded as an organization. And we've had this tradition to hand out a Young Conservationist Award to mark our birthday as well, so that conservation of nature is supported all across the generations and keep it viable. And the previous speaker also gave us a small insight about this, about the objective of this award. And the list of the previous award winners is also quite awesome. That shows you how important this award is. And I'll read out the list of the laureates to you so that you can think about what they have achieved. So from the very beginning, Asko Lõhmus, Peep Martiste, Marek Sammul, Tarmo Valker, Murel Truu, Ulvar Käärt, Indrek Tammekänd, Renno Nellis, Aveliina Helm, Riho Kinks, Anneli Holm, Virve Sõber, Lennart Lennuk, Madis Levits, Ott Luuk, and last year the laureate was Polina Tektarjenko. These were all the award winners of previous years. The award also is accompanied by a scholarship of 1,000 euros, and on the screen you can see also the badge that has been created by an artist, Ehte Tuberik. And the scholarship has been made available by Natur Est, the Estonian Society for Nature Tourism, 5 Seasons, and the Estonian Fund for Nature. Altogether, 9 candidates were submitted for the award this year. I'm really happy about this. And the jury had to consider all those 9 candidates, and it was quite a competition. And it is quite nice that, by way of coincidence, we can hand over the award at the Forest Conference, because the winner of this year can be seen in the forests quite often, engaging in his scientific work, inventarization, voluntary work, or taking photos of the nature. He can also be seen looking for wood-rotting fungi, investigating them, touching them, counting them, even smelling them, and whatnot. And if he's not in the forest, he's probably writing a report about his fieldwork, is preparing a defense or protection action plan for an endangered species of fungi, or is writing a popular science article, or is making a presentation in a library or a culture house. Old forests are really full of biodiversity. There are thousands of species, and we do not know all of them. So it is really important that we do have people who know the nature so well, just like today's or this year's winner, because the better we know the species and how they are doing, the better we can also keep and protect the old forests. So this year's winner of the Young Conservationist Award is Indrek Sell, forest ecologist and mushroom scientist for fungi. Many thanks. Thank you for the organizers of the competition and also members of the jury who have had to who have considered this subject important, investigating and the subject of old forests. And I also would like to thank Kuula Kalamäe, professor, who submitted me for the competition. Thank you. Let's have more old forests and young conservationists, and have a great day. When you go jogging, then it's really nice to have some kind of warming up first. And this is what happened now as well for this long day. But I think that it's going to be quite a long day. And this warming up was quite nice. So it's now time to take the real presentations, and I would like to invite the first speaker. His name has already been mentioned already. So he was the first laureate of the Young Conservationist Award. Asko Lõhmus is an ecologist. He's a professor of conservation biology in Tartu University. He has been also following what is happening in the media, and he's been really doing a good job in being a part of this discussion, and not only being a part of this discussion, but also offering a scientific background to this, and also he's been shown his empathy towards the subject. He's been writing in the Sirpi newspaper, but it seems to me that today's presentation takes Asko back to the beginning of his work as a researcher, and the title is The State of Estonian Forest Birds. Thank you for this nice introduction. We would have a lot to speak with this audience here, which is very friendly, but I can devote my short time to just one subject. As scientists, we are primarily working on things that we do not know yet, but it has occurred that in real life we also have to focus on things that we know quite well. And my subject today is devoted to birds. And if I had to connect this with what was spoken before, then Alexei Lotman, when he handed over the first award, he told me, you just keep doing what you've been doing so far. So
ümberlülitustega teemadele olengi sellega enda arust tegelenud.
Do this. I have been doing this with sometimes touching upon other subjects as well. But today I would like to show you or tell you what we know about a group of species which among the populations living in Estonian forest is well known to us as on the level of population levels as well. Others would be wild game and forest trees, but there we have an economic interest. But forest birds are the third group then. So there's three subjects. Why we follow the forest birds, then I'm focusing on the numbers and endangered species, and then I'm also going to speak about how we try to understand how the birds react to managing forests and nature protection. And hopefully we will have still some time to discuss things afterwards. A little summary here, why and how we are working here. So when speaking about forest birds, then we keep in mind birds nesting in forests, but there are also winter birds in forests, and the winter is a very important period for birds as well in the forest. But today I am speaking about birds nesting in the forest. Everyone understands why we investigate or study birds in the forest, but these reasons have been listed here as well. Well, the important thing is that it is quite easy to count the birds, and through them we also get other information, because the birds depend on the resources that the forest as an ecosystem is offering, because they do not almost create any resources themselves. So when there are many resources, there are many birds, and the other way around. That's it. Also, it is important that people care about birds. Many people don't know why, but this is not rational at all. But formally, it exists as well, because birds have legal protection. That means that through birds we can also protect the nature in general. We were speaking about mushrooms or fungi just a second ago. In most cases we do not know the names of these fungi, but we do know the names of the birds in general. That is why we can describe quite well who they are. Here are some things that we are investigating. When we are speaking about the numbers, then we are speaking about the pairs. in the forest.
Kaudu, kui palju neid on, kas neid
So we
vähemaks,
look at how many they are the numbers declining, or we can figure out whether they are vulnerable or threatened. But if there are different numbers of birds in forests, when we look at the different circles here, then there are quite simple processes behind that. There's birth rate, death rate. That's migration as well, but let's leave it at that. If more birds are being born, the numbers increase. If more die, the numbers decline. Easy math. And when the death rate is higher than the birth rate, then it could be that also some not rare birds can be endangered. And sometimes even if 3 birds are dying, 3 more birds are dying, then the situation might be quite bad already. So this is not a difficult concept to understand, the population of birds or numbers of birds. We know quite well how many birds are there, but it takes some work to get these figures together. I did that about the different ecosystems of Estonian forests and age classes. This is pretty much what you can see on an average in an average forest. And so what can you see here? The first numbers have here names as well. The first 10 are quite ordinary birds. Then there are some ones that you meet rarely, but some of them, a large part of the birds are very rare, and there is a clear consequence also when it comes to what we do about them. So here are some numbers, food for thought. Although you have birds, forest birds who are also living elsewhere as well, but 1/2 of the birds, bird species are living in forests. We do species that are abundant, others that have also already extinct from Estonian forests. So when we look at the 10% of the 11 most abundant species, then they make up more than 2/3 of the pairs existing in the forest. So, and when we continue, then we can see that 50% make up more than 90% of all pairs, which means that in less than 1%, we have half the species. In order to grasp this, what happens to them, I just modified this picture. This is a logarithm scale, 10, 1, and then 10 times smaller figures. Before we had absolute figures. Everything else is the same. And now you can see also the rare species. And then you can divide them as near threatened, vulnerable, endangered species and critical species. Just some examples for you. The Estonian Society of Ornithology counts that about 1/3 of the species are endangered, and among them are very few frequent species where they have had quite a big decline in their numbers. And another conclusion that can make from this is that how we get information about the numbers. I try to illustrate this by as follows. I know from my experience is to count all birds on 10 square kilometers on forest land. You just have to visit this place several times to make out whether all the birds are really resident there. It is quite a big job to do this. But if we take an average square kilometer, and let's say you normally do not have the time to spend the whole summer and spring in the forest, but when you look at this 1 square kilometer, then on the average you will find those 44 species that have the population density of 1 pair per square kilometer. Then the next level is 3.4 species from a 10 kilometer, and the next is 18 kilometers. So we finally will come to the conclusion, and 1 square kilometer of forest land, you might find 48 species. And then when you take the next square kilometer, then you do not get the rest, the remaining species. You still get the first 44 species. And also in the next square kilometer, it could be the same species that you found the previous time. That is why we are counting ordinary birds one way and endangered and rare birds in another way, because it's not possible to find the rare species one by one in the forest. So this is the main background information for you. And as the results of these counts can be put together in a reasonable or meaningful manner, and the birds in our forest are determined by the type of forest. It is a combination about the soil and types of trees growing in that part. It could be spruce forests or birch trees. So, and the other condition is the age of the forest. How, for example, the bird populations change after clear cutting, for example. Later you can go in depth into these slides. Here you can see the main graphs about the forest, and you can see the main thing here immediately. In general, the older the forest, the more birds there are. The different types of forests behave slightly differently. The most fertile forests see a quite rapid increase in the population birds, and in less fertile forests the increase is slower. So you can, the important thing is here that there are more birds in older forests, and we know this. And as we know this, we can also look into other things there. We can look at these graphs and compare how many birds we actually see in a forest, in a specific forest. We can notice whether there are smaller numbers or higher numbers of birds than the average. And then we can try to figure out why this is so. For example, we know that the certain cutting types also influence the bird numbers. And when we take even a more detailed look and see what is happening when we are managing the forests by clear cutting, and we have a cutting cycle that we cut certain forests at a certain age, and if we were to cut equal part every year, then we get a composition of forests where we have trees of every age class in a forest, and the shorter we have the shorter the cycle, the younger the forest, and the fewer the older trees. And here's a comparison of the general number of birds when in case of 200-year cutting cycle. That means that 0.5% is cut every year. And here we have the different types of forest here, and compared with the cutting cycle. And these are two graphs because here are the more fertile and less fertile forests. And what we learned, fertile forests get cut
mis hoiavad linnustiku arvukuse umbes poole madalama,
in a way that keep the population of bird numbers by half smaller than if the cutting cycle were longer. And for example, in in some bog forests, there are considerably more birds. And when it comes to fertile forests, then the location of them is important as well. When we divide all the Estonian forests by the distance from the closest human habitation, then we can also look at their the fertility of these forests as well, and the closer they are to human habitation, then you can see that they are more fertile, and a lot of inhabitation, or a lot of forests are close to human habitation, and the most fertile forests are close to human habitation, and the less fertile forests are further away from human inhabitation. This is the logic behind it. And when the minister mentioned that home forests and protection of home forests around people is important, then this is also important for birds. And I'm now getting to my summary. Well, the numbers of birds are declining when we have too few old forests, and if the general populations decline, then certain species are also disappearing. When we look at the graph here, these are real data for Estonia. Here the bigger dots show the general density, so we can see if 50% of birds are lost, then 10% of the species are lost as well. So fertile forests get more impoverished. And the official statistic shows us, according to the Environmental Agency data, shows the change in populations. These are looking just at the change. The green is the EU average in the dynamics of forest birds, and the other line is Estonia. So on the one hand, we have theoretical calculation about how many birds are living in the forest and how many are actually get counted, then these two figures go together. So what is my summary? We know quite well who lives in Estonian forests, more than 110 species, 1/3 of them are endangered at this moment. The fact when we cut the forest, how many old forests we have and how many fertile old forests we have is important for the birds. And when people protect their home forests, they also protect the birds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asko, who had to rush through his presentation like most of us during this day. But first of all, we do have some time for questions. If you have any, do let us know.
Tere! Hallo!
Hi!
Tervist! Kristjan Maasalu, FSC Eesti.
Kristjan Maasalu.
Kas ja millistest erisustest metsalindude käekäigus saame rääkida erametsa ja riigimetsa võrdluses?
Bird species. Is there a difference for wellness for bird species if we speak about publicly held or private forests? If we look at the, it's actually the same. If we look at the structure of the forest and how is it managed, the same applies to bird population. We know that some private forests are very under very intense management. Others at more or less the same level as the public forest. These can be deducted quite easily, but the beauty of science is that this graph applies in public forests as well as for state-held forests. All right. I encourage you to ask any further questions, either from the hall or from the web.
Kas metsalindude arvukuse vähenemise üheks põhjuseks võib olla ka see, et inimesed neid hoogsasti talviti toidavad?
Is winter feeding by people a reason for forest birds population to decline?
Vähemalt mingil märkimisväärsel kujul ma ei kujuta ette,
don't think there is a correlation here, not at a very significant level. Winter feeding helps many birds to survive the winter, especially those that nest near human habitat. But what is the influence on the combination? It might feel that people feed certain birds, they converge there, then birds of prey converge there. So I don't know if that is the influence, but my message here is that what people do in their home forests is important for birds at the landscape level, not only near their homes. So if people have 2 chickens living in their forest, and that these are the only birds and no other birds of seed,
mina Mati Sepp,
that should
MTÜ
give you
Eesti
food for
Metsaabiks.
thought.
Ma sain aru, et kõige toimivam lahendus oleks tõenäoliselt viljakatel pinnastel muldadel olevate metsade raievanuse tõstmine. Et kui me seda raievanust ei tõsta, siis olukord läheb drastiliselt ainult halvemaks. Et riik peab kindlasti sekkuma, muidu vist lahendust ei tule. Et raievanuseid tuleb vanuseliselt ja küpsusdiametriga tuleb midagi ette võtta. Viljakatel muldadel, just boniteetide puhul.
Good quality soils. There are 2 things that we find with scientists. First of all, what are the methods and how will they impact bird fauna? And the other thing is, what should we do? And what we should do is based on values. It is not up to me to say that if we have 50% less birds is bad. The society needs to say that. And it's important to realize the values and rationality for that is clearly thought over. We see the decline in bird population. Most likely that will reach a plateau at some point, because for the species where births and deaths are in balance, they will survive, others will disappear. But the first part of your question is, yes, indeed, with more productive forests, if we protect them, that will increase bird population. It doesn't mean that the population density in poorer forests doesn't need to be protected. But yes, as regards general population, that is a very valid argument. We've modeled what would be the purpose or the impact of 30% protected areas to Estonian bird population, especially in good soil forests. The impact would be high, much higher than increasing the cutting cycle. That is much higher than increasing the cutting cycle by 10
mikrofon
years.
sisse, veebist tuleb palju küsimusi.
There are several questions from the web.
Vuristan ette.
Let's take one from the web and the other from the hall.
Võtaksid ühe kiire küsimuse. Mitu paari metsalinde kaob meie metsadest aastas?
Forest birds disappear from our forests in a year. Well, that's funny.
Palun selle küsimuse saatjal saata see mulle meili peale. Ma teen parem arvutuse, kui et ma hakkan siin ütlema.
Please send that question to my email so I can make a calculation. Yes, there are general estimations of Estonian bird populations, but these are assessments, not very precise ones. So we can calculate that into percentages and then come back to it, but I'd rather calculate that figure before I give an answer.
Nii, saalist küsimus oli siin.
There was a question from the hall.
Mikrofoni paluks siia.
Could you please use the microphone?
See mikrofon praegu ei.
Nüüd on kuulda. Eesti Looduskaitse Seltsi metsatoimkond Leo Filippov. Kas linnustiku jälgimisel, analüüsimisel, uurimisel tuleb ka mingi selgem seos välja lageraielankide, lagealade suuruse?
Between the size of clear-cutting areas and bird populations?
see seos ei ole lihtne.
This is not a very clear link, very clear relationship. One thing we don't really know very well is how strong is the edge effect. Classic ecology tells us that edges should have lots of birds. At the same time, there are certain species that live only in the core part or internal part of forests. At the same time, there are birds that live in bee clear areas. We can answer that question, but we don't have very good data. We don't know some simple things. It seems that in Western Estonia, the population of birds is denser there than in the rest of Estonia, but we don't know. So the answer is, if you want to, we can calculate these things. At least enough to make decisions. Whether we'll write a scientific article about that is a separate issue. But I have a question to Asko. Can you ask questions from the web either during the break or at some point? Will you be willing to post answers to these questions at a web page? If I can make my own selection, then the answer is yes. Indeed, as time is limited, we'll take the last question from the audience and questions from the web will be answered by Asko and he will choose
Minu
which
küsimus
one he'll
puudutab
answer.
seda, et te näitasite siin metsade ja raiete mõju arvukusele, aga suurt rolli tavateadmise baasil mängib ju ka põllumajanduse pestitsiidide kasutamine ja see, et ei ole putukaid, mida süüa.
And use of pesticides. They don't have bugs to eat. As an amateur conservationist, I'd like to ask how that effect is reflected in your tables or your research. This is related to the external factors marked in one of the slides. The edge effect, all kinds of external effects. It's not really convincingly shown that birds don't have bugs to eat in forest. There might be certain specifics of nutrition of bugs. They, for example, common cuckoo eats caterpillars, and these are no longer available in Western Europe. So the birds, the bugs they feed on might be specific, and we can find out, but we don't have that data right now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Asko. There is a little gift of gratitude there as well. But time is really rushing ahead like a freight train, but we have Iivi Kostonen from Tartu University, Professor of Ruuti College at the University of Tartu. And language is always smarter than we are, so she came to us, and the words are very similar in Estonian. Roots and coming towards someone are very similar. So the hidden side of forests, biomass and carbon division underground. So welcome, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for this opportunity to have a brief introduction to what is underfoot. I don't know how many of you think about these things as you walk in the forest, as you go to pick mushrooms or berries. So let me assure you that is a very colorful, very diverse world, just like over the ground. I'll speak about what we don't know about. It's not pessimistic. It's simple fact due to circumstances, and we can improve that every day. And I'll spread the window even bigger. Everybody knows that plants have roots and plants can't grow without roots. You can look at the roots from very different angles. And these are all relevant. And there are many more than what I've shown on the screen. Over the past 30 years, ecologists have adopted a holistic approach. Those who analyze
arvestavad sellega, et taim saab toitaineid mullast.
Consider the fact that nutrition
mikrobioloogid
are taken from soil.
Ja see on terve tohutu valdkond.
We have microbiologists.
Annavad meile teada, kui tähtsad on kõik need organismid, kes elavad kas kooselus juurtega juurte peal või sõltuvad juurtega mulda toodavast orgaanikast. Mullateaduses me arvestame ka neid aspekte, kuidas juured mullastruktuuri, füüsikalist struktuuri muudavad, see mõjutab maastike hüdroloogiat, vee liikumist. See on põhimõtteliselt juur, mis on nagu mullas, on suur vahe, kas tal on juurekarvad ka või ei ole, seda ma näitan hiljem. Juured on väga läbitungimisvõimelised ja kui nad tungivad sügavamale või läbi tihedate kihtide, siis nad ka tekitavad poore, suruvad kokku, viivad sinna elustikku ja samamoodi põhjustavad või toovad sinna siis keemilised reaktsioonid, mida võib siis vaadelda väga mitmest aspektist, nii saviosakese pinnal toimuvatest keemilistest reaktsioonidest või siis mis juure pinnal toimub. Ka maastike aspektis geomorfoologiliselt on ülioluline taimestiku mõju ja ei pääse ka linnaplaneerijad. Meil see nii suur probleem ei ole, kui maailma tiheasustusega linnades, kus on küsimus nii sellest, kuhu roheriba planeerimisel mahuvad juured, milline on saastekoormus, mida nad välja kannatavad,
what is the contamination load that they survive? Where do you put roots in the green strips? And it needs to be safe for people so that tree doesn't topple over. So roots can be viewed from very different angles.
Olulisuse juurde, mida me enamasti nagu ei teadvusta. Põhimõtteliselt on nii, et juured käivitavad kogu elu mullas.
Initiate all life in soil, because through them organic matter reaches the soil that is bound above soil, and there might be quite a lot of that. The annual primary production might, about 2/3 of that annual production can be taken underground in more Nordic areas. It can be even higher.
Läheduses elavad võrgustikud, toiduvõrgustikud,
living near it, on top of it, the nutrition
nagu on viimaste aastakümnetega välja tulnud väga mitmekesised ja tegelikult nende elurikkus on nüüd kogu metsa või kogu ökosüsteemi selle säilenõtkuse aluseks, sest võib-olla väga vähe esindatud mikroorganismid võivad osutuda kasulikuks näiteks mõne
microorganisms that are present in a limited way might prove to be very useful in floods or other extreme weather events.
Paneeli aruandeid ma olen jälginud
reports of the International
päris pikka aega
Panel of Climate.
Endiselt on seal maismaa ökosüsteemide tagasisidestusmehhanismid hinnangud kliimamuutustele reageerimise osas ja seda just sellepärast, et suurim ebamäärasus seostub sellega, et meil mis toimub mullas, mis toimub taimede juurtega ja vaatasin aastal 2021 välja tulnud aruandes on need endiselt low confidence.
And the remark there was still low confidence. Why do we know so little?
Sellepärast, et juureuuringud on siiamaani olnud destruktiivsed. See tähendab seda, selleks, et midagi teada saada, me peame süsteemi ära lõhkuma. See pilt on nüüd natukene võimendatud, enamasti kõik juureuuringud ei käi sellisel kombel. Küll aga ta illustreerib ka väga kenasti, miks me vanadest metsadest
this is a slightly exaggerated picture, but it explains why don't we know about old forests as much as we know about managed forests. We need to dig a hole, at least 15 of those. The diameter of that is 3 centimeters to learn something. And that we know, we learn only about what's happening underground at that specific moment. So it's very time-intensive, resource-intensive. If we want to learn about the total biomass underground, especially the fine roots that are the most dynamic part of the soil, something that changes the fastest and reacts first to all the changes in the environment,
then kogu massi me peseme suhteliselt kiiresti sealt mullast välja.
We wash out the whole mass quite fast. If we want to know how much grass did we have, how much bushes, how many deciduous trees, how many coniferous trees, we need to add a few more months to that study, and we still don't know how they grew. The biggest lag is about growth dynamics because we have several seasons. Although the roots are created continuously, they die continuously, but there are certain periods of activity where we have more roots and where they die faster.
Ja seda tänu tehnoloogilise innovatsioonile.
But there is light at the end of the tunnel due to the technological innovation, and we are able to study what's underground with cameras
masiinmõõtmiste abil. Hea küll, tegelikult on nüüd nii, et nende väheste andmete pealt globaalselt on kokku siiski võetud, et kui palju seda siis on, mida me ei näe. Ja ma tõmbasin siia kastid ümber metsadele, kus me näeme, et boreaalsetes metsades umbes väga jämedalt 10–45% rohumaadel, eriti põhjapoolsematel rohumaadel isegi rohkem. Need on väga, ütleme, sellised või ühesõnaga ei ole väga täpselt hajuvusega. Veel skaleerides umbes ühte ruutmeetrit metsast ja kujutate ette, kui te seisate, siis selle alla võiks jääda umbes 20 meetrit jämedaid juuri.
There could be about 20 meters of stout roots,
kuskil 20 kilomeetrit peenjuuri. Peenjuuri defineeritakse praegu seni veel diameetri abil ehk alla 2 millimeetrised juured, olgugi et seal on funktsionaalseid erinevaid osi, siis see natuke meetrit väitab, on siin.
Although these are defined in a different way, these have different functions.
Kuskil kui me hakkame neid juure tippe siin kokku lugema, siis neid on miljonites. Mütseeli on ka meeletud kilomeetrid, näete, siin on nagu
these are different sizes. We have mycelia, you see the frog hyphases there, and all the microbial combinations.
Ja muid asjamehi on siis seda me ei tea eriti palju.
And what else is there? We don't really know much about it.
Ma alati tunnen, et kui ma räägin kuskil juurtest, et ma natukene räägin nagu sellistest kaugetest galaktikatest,
seetõttu andke mulle andeks, kui ma olen
väga ökoloogia alusteadluslik, aga ma endiselt juhin tähelepanu nüüd veel sellele, et kuidas see biomass või orgaanika siis sinna maa alla saab ja kus ta kõige rohkem ringleb ikka läbi fotosünteesi. Ja kogu aeg me peame meeles pidama, et ütleme niisuguse kvantitatiivse ökoloogia poole pealt see bilanss.
And as to quantitative biology, does it bind or does it emit carbon? We need to have balance here. All organisms breathe, and there is a fine root there, although that is belonging to a pine, even if it's drawn from spruce. So the root tip is 0.33 millimeter in diameter, but you see that it's mycelial. It looks very nice if you look forest mushroom gathering. You turn it around and you see that's beautiful yellow bioderma. Where I'm going with it is that the hyphates of the mushroom get their carbon from roots. They build their networks and they bind and merge into consortiums. The soil becomes an aggregate. You take up a piece of soil, you see that there are certain pieces of it. These are aggregates. And to confuse you even more, that aggregate is surrounded by arbuscular mycorrhiza, but I don't have better pictures. And that aggregate, if you split that or cut through it, you see that inside
orgaanilist ainet, savi oli
you'll find organic matter and you'll have clay and a piece of quartz. The green part is plant-based or some other organic matter. The black dots are microbes that decompose the matter. And the message here is that the whole life here, the hives and microbes, take plant origin carbon to very small cracks, and it's captured there for a very long time. That is the carbon in soil that we shouldn't lose, that stays there for a very long time.
Nüüd viimase 5 aasta või võib-olla 10 aasta uurimused, mis puudutavad mulla orgaanikat ja mulla orgaanilist süsinikku, on läinud üle just sellise taimset päritolu ja mikroobset päritolu süsiniku ühendite mõõtmisele.
Measurement of carbon units, plant origin carbon and other carbon as well, to learn how long carbon is retained. And I have a picture here from the cascade of life, and this is related to the whole circle of life. There is a whole signaling system there. The creatures there know if anything is attacking the root, and if somebody has increased population, where do we get your nutrients?
Umbes 60% on taimset päritolu, mis on siis varis ja eritised, ja nende kvaliteet on erinev ja see määrab laguniskiiruse. See on nüüd eriti keeruline slaid seletada. Ma korjasin ühe suvalise metsa jaoks mõned niisugused numbrid siia tabelisse, sest tegelikult meie kõigi jaoks on väga tavaline või on mõelda normaalne, et puude tüvi elab kauem kui lehed, aga kuidagi maal me seda ei oska enda jaoks sõnastada, et mõned juured elavad kauem kui teised ja seeneniidistik võib-olla elab veel vähem, aga paraku ta laguneb ka kõige aeglasemalt, sest tema keemiline koostis on selline. Nii, siin on veel näha päris kenasid hüüpe ja viimaste aastate jooksul me oleme mõõtnud ära ka Eesti peapoliikide jaoks, kui palju nad umbes 1 grammi kohta madalmolekulaarseid ühendeid, orgaanilisi happeid, suhkruid, mulda eritavad, see on umbes 1-3 milligrammi süsinikku grammi kohta päevas. Nii et kui te mõtlete, et kuskil 200 grammi, 300 grammi juuri on ruutmeetril, siis see on päris suur kogus ja see on kõikide mikroobikoguste toit. Mulla orgaaniline süsinik organic carbon in soil is determined by chemical, determined by chemicals, comes from the roots. lagunemiseks soodsam lehed, okkad lagunevad kiiremini, ei jää mulda väga kauaks, küll aga juurte lagunemise vaheproduktid on raskesti lagunevad ja jäävad kauaks, lisaks kõik agregatsiooniga seotud lagunemise takistused. Ma leidsin hiljuti ühe väga vahva mudeli, kus oli üritatud vaadata siis, et millised need vood või millised osad on kõige olulisemad just mulla orgaanilise süsiniku seisukohast ja selgus, sealt tuli vähemasti välja see, et juureeritiste voog ehk see suhkrute voog, kui selle kogus muutub, siis mulla orgaanilise süsiniku viibeaeg saab mõjutatud. Ja mida see tähendab, seda selgitab tulevik ja mida me küll ka kindlaks tegime, et näiteks mänd ja kask Eesti metsades reageerivad püsivale ilmastiku muutusele erineval moel, kui kask siis oluliselt suurendab oma juureeritiste voogu mulda. Üldiselt see põhimõte on see, et kui juureeritab mulda orgaanilisi ühendeid, siis seal on väga aktiivne mikroobi koosluses, vabastatakse ka oluliselt rohkem makroelemente, mida siis taim saab üles võtta. Nii. Aeg saab otsa, ma lähen edasi. Üks oluline asi, mida me tegelikult Eestis väga palju üldse ei tea, on juurte sügavus. Ja miks ma sellest räägin, on see, et kõikides uuringutes, kus me analüüsime peenjuurte kogust, aastast produktsiooni või eluiga, me käsitleme enam-vähem 30 sentimeetrist pinnist kihti. Ja põhimõtteliselt midagi ei olegi valesti, sest 80% nendest peenjuurtest me sealt saame, aga on selgunud, et sügavatel juurtel võiks olla just eriti kliimamuutuste kontekstis väga oluline roll ja on näidatud ka seda, et mineraalsetel muldadel kasvavates metsades, kui nad on segametsad, siis puude juurestikud on erinevad, mõned on pinnisemad, mõned on sügavale minevad ja kui nad on segametsad, siis tegelikult kogu seda orgaaniliste ainete süsinikku läheb ka sinna mulda rohkem. Niisiis, juurte on suurem segapuistutes ja see võib mõjutada süsiniku valust sügavamates kihtides.
It may have an impact on carbon storage in deeper layers.
Uurimus
in old forests,
Ameerikast
the root depth is 2 times higher on average. An American study shows that if you study contemporary status of old forests, then that's what colleagues have shown. Rooting depth is 2 times higher globally. The root systems become closer and closer to the surface. Field plants have rather short roots. These roots are closer to the surface. And there is more and more agricultural land. They've analyzed grasslands, shown here in orange, and reforested lands that have been having forests for 70 years. That is the yellow one, pine trees, pine forests, and the green ones marked in other forests. And they analyzed their occurrence in soils. And what it turned out that in deeper layers, the difference is maintained. The occurrence of roots is higher in old forests than in regenerating pine forests. The message here is, or the meaning is, everything that is regenerated quite fast on the ground isn't really having relevance on what's happening underground. But we don't know enough. And finally, some pictures of processes, how we study roots. One it may take 6 months to come up with a number, just one figure. That's we have so limited figures to give to the people compiling our greenhouse gas reports. But we are working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivika. And I really hope that you will have questions, because time-wise, like a good conference, we are not doing so well. But even so, if you have questions or comments, please come forward. Yes, there seems to be a question. But please use the microphone. I would like to ask about carbon. Do we know how well the roots of an old forest binds carbon? We keep hearing about the top layer, and the foresters tell us that emissions occur in old forests. But do we have a scientific understanding of what is happening in an old forest and the roots? For example, take for example a 150-year-old pine wood or a 120-year birch wood. We can calculate, and I'll just tell you, just like Asko said, I can do these calculations, but actually up until the time when a tree grows and lives, it binds carbon. But the question is, how much does it breathe out as well? So I didn't have time to explain in depth this, but we are speaking about stocks and flux and the turnaround in a not such a in not in proper context. And when it comes to old forests, and when you ask how much the roots are taking carbon into the soil, they do this. There's already a lot of stock there or reserve, because there's the old stump that lives as long as the tree, but when the tree falls over, new trees come up. So everything starts from anew. So when we are looking at the balance or trying to create a balance for carbon of an old tree, we have to take into account all the differences around it. So when it comes to quantitative ecology, then the problem is that it is very difficult to measure everything at the same time. When we are measuring the growth of trees, then we do not take into account the undergrowth there. So maybe my answer means that whether the forest is old or young, the roots bind carbon. The question is about the stocks and how we calculate this for per square meter or what. Well, let me ask on from here. We know what happens afterwards. Let's see that the forest is cut down, but what happens to the surface is quite different, or the soil, what is happening, depending on when they plant new trees there, or when they just allow new growth. So what happens to the carbon binding in this case? It is just the same. Some changes are very fast, and sometimes we do not even notice some of the changes. I've connected with a project in Iceland when after the volcano disaster after 2008, new geothermal springs came up. And one place was under a coniferous forest, and the carbon disappeared from this right away. But sadly, the scientists were late to measure it. But there is a lot of leaching going on as well in old forests, and when it's very fast, and the changes in breathing and the speed of those, I'm not going to speculate about them, but different groups of plants react differently. When we look at the general balance, it is something else than just when we look at the pools or or stocks from where these losses arise, and we really do not know much. So we do not have an in-depth view. Yeah, I keep speaking about this end balance, whether the total is on the negative or positive side, or the other thing is whether we increased a certain limit and what happens afterwards and how fast the regeneration occurs. And I've asked Urmas Kõljalg whether in the middle of a clear-cut area, do they mycorrhizal fungi disappear? He said yes. But I do not know in depth about this. So I have a further question. Are you ready also to answer the web-based questions because we have run out of time here? Yes, I do agree. So keep asking questions. We will find a way to answer your questions. But now we have time for a coffee break. Although we have exceeded our time a little bit, but let's take a 15-minute break. Yes, so in 15 minutes, 11:55, please be back. it's time to carry on now, and I will start by saying that all of those who have problems with English, understanding English, please pick up the headsets because we are switching to English in a little while. So the next block will be in English, and it is really interesting. A really interesting section is about to start. So the title is Finding and Protecting the Values of Old Forests, Examples from Estonia and Latvia. And we do have two conservationists, ornithologists from Estonia and Latvia. And in 2012, the Young Conversationists award was given to Renno Nellis. He calls himself the Eagle Man. He's been dealing with old forests and also mapping woodland key habitats. And Renno is going to tell us about this. But next to Renno, we have comparison from Latvia, Jānis Kuuse. He's ornithologist and member of the Latvian Fund for Nature, member of the board of the Latvian Fund for Nature. He's also ornithologist, and he's been participating in many projects in Latvia. And he has similar projects as we have. As we have key habitats, they have micro reserves. And we have put these two presentations together, and hopefully the other speaker will comment on a neighbor's presentation, and afterwards we can have questions and answers. And we have about 30 minutes, a little bit more, for this. So I invite first Renno to speak about this, his subject. Hello, friends of the forest. I'm really happy to speak about the possibilities in the forests. I'm really happy that we have so many people listening, and I'm really happy to present the woodland key habitats of Estonia. And the introduction was given by Erik Moora. Thank you for this great introduction. And speaking about protecting the values of old forests, this has been a subject for keen discussions and argumentation. We have come to a situation today where the key habitats are known on state-owned lands, and they are also protected on state-owned lands. So this is a small milestone when it comes to the path of protecting the values. But I'm going to tell you briefly about the history and results of woodland key habitats. The Estonian Naturalist Society has been working on this issue for the past few years. What is a key habitat of woodlands? It is natural or primeval forests or primary forests that has endangered and rare species. They are mostly the oldest forests with the smallest human impact, and in accordance with the biodiversity strategy of the EU, all these types of forests have to be taken under protection. In state-owned lands, these lands have to be protected within 2 years already. This is an EU goal. The process started already decades ago in Estonia, and in some steps were already taken about 100 years ago. But the real process has been going on about 30 years. The definition of woodland key habitats came from Sweden, and it was taken over by Estonia at the turn of the century. So the Swedish ecologists introduced this practice in all countries surrounding the Baltic Sea, including Estonia and the Baltic states. So this practice now is spread in at least 10 countries, all countries around the Baltic Sea. and they are known and described on the basis of the structure of the forest and the species. And I can show you a few examples here on the photos. These are well noticeable and these have been picked by experts, and they can be easily found. You can see that they are all very nice, and you strike the eye immediately. There are hundreds of indicators, but practically in Estonia you can find about 100-150 species. So this is what a woodland key habitat looks like. It's a fertile home forest. There's old trees, old timbers that a human hand has not touched for decades or even hundreds of years. It has a specific structure. That means that there are stumps, old trees that have fallen over. It's a varied structure. These are the indicators that are being looked after, and these are also the basis on which these species live on. And there are different species that can live in these places. And this is why we have woodland key habitats, to protect these species, because they are not found in young forests or planted forests, or they are very few. This is an example of deciduous or broad-leaved forests. They have a very varied biodiversity. They are not found in Estonia, just a few in Estonia, but the total area is very small. This is an example of another fertile type of forest. There are also quite wet forests in Estonia. Estonia is a flat land, and historically we've had a lot of water, and undrained forests are also a hidden treasure in Estonia. Here's an example about this. Given that we have a lot of drained forest land in Estonia, then the value of such forests is just going up in time. They have a specific diverse biological diversity here, and because of the because of the water, they have not been managed a lot. Then there are also very dry forests, mostly on the coastline, but also elsewhere. They have a very low succession rate, so it takes a long time for the forest to develop here, and the old pine trees could be easily 500 years old, and they have a specific population of species in these forests. But there are very different types of forests in Estonia, about 30 of them, and they also have regional differences. For example, those on the coastline. And one of the results for us who are dealing with the woodland key habitats on a daily basis, then the biodiversity is underestimated so much. Even we ourselves, before we went in depth into this, we didn't believe the number of species in primary forests. In Estonia, there are only maybe 100 or a couple of thousand hectares in Estonia of such forests. And it is unbelievable what populations we can find there that you cannot see in any other forest in Estonia. So there is something to protect in Estonia. Then inventory of key habitats. The first inventory was conducted at the turn of the century. 19,000 hectares were mapped then. And also back then, only about 42% of the key habitats were found for different reasons, which means that there were about 50,000 hectares of such lands in Estonia. All the rest were commercial forests or also forests of protected areas. And some of the key habitats have disappeared, especially because of cutting. And the analysis conducted on the at around the 2010 shows that about 5,700 hectares of state-owned forests were cut of the unregistered woodland key habitats. This is really a huge area. Roughly half of the Muhu island or the whole island of Vormsi. And starting from 2010, the cutting rate increased and it became even more important to map the existing woodland key habitats. But the State Forest Management Center did not start with this initiative. But Estonian Civic Society took the initiative, and also our Estonian Naturalist Society started an inventory of the key habitats. We've been operating for 4 years. During the 4 years, we went through a lot of the state-owned lands, and 1/3 were areas where they had indications of key habitats, but 14% of these areas were already clear-cut, so the value was lost already. So the result was 13,000 hectares of new woodland key habitats, and the average area of one piece was a little bit more than 3.3 hectares. It were just small stands of forests between, or compartments between or stuck between younger forests. But the larger ones were even as big as 80 hectares. And some of them are all, 45% of them are located in protected areas and 55% in commercial forests. And the results from the State Forest Center show that they have described also more than 9,000 hectares of new woodland key habitats. So the areas for which we conducted the inventory do not coincide. The register at present includes about 40,000 hectares, making up 1.7% of forest lands. Well, there's some work still to be done. According to my estimation, about 5 to 10% of the key habitats have not been described in state-owned lands. So there's some work still to do. And the State Forest Center is about to finish their work as well. So we are getting close to the end already of creating the inventory. And when we look at this map, then we can see the new areas are green, or rather red, and the green ones are in the register. You can see that the forest in southern Estonia, we can see more forest lands, including that have key habitats, and there are certain places elsewhere as well. So that's quite a lot that has been added. So at the turn of the century, there were 50,000 hectares of registered woodland key habitats. So most of the inventory in most of the details have been registered. In private forests, the inventory has not been conducted yet. And here's also some links where you can have more information. So I warmly recommend to visit those sites as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Renno. And we now hand the microphone to Jānis Kūze, to handle the same kind of a topic in Janis. But I would ask Janis to comment Renno's presentation or the situation in Estonia.
Farming landscape, several different grasslands, so mostly these are voles, amphibians, insects, and so on. And so the recent population estimate is roughly the same as 10 years ago. It is close to 4,000 pairs, and from those, only 6% are breeding within Natura 2000 sites. So this is the same story that I was talking before. So there are some nature values we can't protect only by protecting Natura 2000 areas. And then some 7% were protected before the project was started by microreserves. And microreserves are small protected areas that are established for wide set of subjects. Let's say these might be species, these might be some good examples of habitats. And another, like a bit more than 3% were protected by our state forest company by their own means. And so what we have done during these years, we have done a very large-scale inventory of breeding sites, and we have found altogether 543 nests of lesser spotted eagle in Latvia, and additionally close to 2,000 nests of various other species or nests of unknown ownership. So, and this is what we have faced in some part of the cases when these nests were found. So we started to work very intensively on preparing of proposals for protecting of those sites. So these were microreserve proposals. 526 were submitted to the responsible state institutions. And from those, 470 are approved at the moment. So the total area of more or less strictly protected forest that is coming out from this project is 3,290 hectares. I'm not going too much into detail, but there were some more microreserves that we've prepared together with our state forest company. And altogether, that makes like these 3.4 thousand hectares of forests are protected. Then 48 were rejected by State Forest Service, and in those cases, in 3 of those cases, we initiated court cases because we really thought that the law is not interpreted in the way it should have been. And so when the project was over, there were altogether 754 microreserves designated for lesser spotted eagle. So that means that majority of these protected areas in force now, they were created during this project. So you can see these comparison maps before and after. And so the total number of microreserves in Latvia was 3,010 with total area of 47,677 hectares. But these are various species and various habitats, lesser spotted eagle among them. So we can see that these protected areas designated for lesser spotted eagle comprise 25% of all of those protected territories. Talking about the forest, and this is just a kind of side effect of this project. If you are looking at those areas that are protected because of the lesser spotted eagle, we can see that in 678 hectares, these areas are overlapping with habitats of EU importance, and what is not a surprise, majority is this habitat 9050 or Fenno-Scandinavian herbage forests with Picea abies. And that it can be explained in a way by the fact that around half of all of the nests are located in a spruce tree. So this is a bird that really prefers spruce as a breeding tree. So we have found that in every single field season since the beginning of the project, 10% of all of the found nests had some inappropriate activities at them. So that included forests cut at the wrong season, so that means disturbance during the breeding season, nest trees prepared for the logging, and this picture in the background is a very good example. This red dot means that this tree is going to be cut down, and that is a nest tree. So the main problem behind that was that there is a lack of proper process of evaluation of forest biodiversity values prior to the forestry activities. So that means that our forest owners, they need to prepare some some forest inventory, and that is a kind of inventory of forest economical values. And then they are going to the forestry, getting a cutting permit and doing in forest what they are allowed, but nobody is asking them to do the full-scale inventory of the forest nature values. So that means that you can have forest with, let's say, nest of black stork or lesser spotted eagle, and if, let's say, it is not officially known, and if you have some, let's say, low standards towards the nature protection, you can cut such places down, and unfortunately, we almost every year found out that such situations are really happening. And so, since this project has been completed, we have won all 3 court cases. Latvian Fund for Nature has done it. And we have exchanged letters with responsible ministries, informing them about these loopholes in legislation that allow these breeding sites to be destroyed. But unfortunately, both of them responded formally. We have initiated discussion into the how the compensation should be paid to the private forests, because lesser spotted eagle is a bird that you can't protect if you are not, how to say, in some way hampering the interests of private owners, because majority of nests are located into the private forests, and that is an interesting background. They are breeding, 90% of nests are located up to 400 meters from the edge of the forests. And these edges of the forest, small forest patches, they are mostly private owned in Latvia. Well, the large forest tracts are mostly state owned, and that's why that's interesting that there's really a matter who is the owner of the forest. This is one of those cases when one bird species is really very much dependent on the private forests. And so we initiated this discussion on how these compensations should be developed and paid better to make these private owners happy. And our State Forest Service has changed the attitude towards this designation of microreserves, and that was one of the outcomes of the court cases. And still there's no good development in this problem that is related to the inventory or evaluation of forest biodiversity values before the forest cutting. And so we found a last resort to be only approaching to the European Commission, and in spring 2021 we have submitted complaint to the European Commission about Latvia's incompliance with bird directive, and just recently we have got a response from European Commission as well, and the response is that the general idea is that they think that lesser spotted eagle is a species of least concern if we are talking about the protection, and so we have won the court cases, so actually there's nothing to worry about. And so somehow they didn't notice that this problem that while we are winning one court case, there are 50 nests being cut down at the same time. So we are really very unhappy with this response, and at the moment we are thinking how to proceed it. Yes, that's it about the lesser spotted eagles and the general overview on the problematics behind the protection of this and other forest birds.
Before we have a brief time for some questions, I wanted to ask Renno, do you have any comments on Janis?
Yeah, just short. The eagle conservation, as a conservation measure, is one of the oldest species protection actions in Baltic states. In Estonia, all eagle species, together with black stork, beetle owl, and a few more, are strictly protected. So rare flagship species are all preserved. We have slightly different legislation. We have automatic micro-reserves, which are implemented after the finding of new nest site. In Latvia, you have to make this legal proceedings to implement it. So this is the main difference, but in general, the attitude targets are the same, also in Lithuania.
But the questions about this private ownership and the fair compensation, is this similar in here in Estonia as in Latvia?
In general, it's quite similar. Spotted eagles are also in Estonia mostly breeding on private-owned lands, and all these restrictions are compensated in different schemes. On Natura 2000 sites, we have compensation also outside of it last few years. So there are discussions about the compensation amount. The sum is too small for landowners, but this is one thing which should be changed slightly in near future. So we'll see.
So, are there any questions or on meil internetist? Ei ole? Okay, I see questions. Yes. Question about cooperation with private owners, forest owners.
The main cooperation is done actually on state level. So state authorities are working daily basis different problematic things considering private owners. I mean, if private owners have some problems about conservation, then of course many questions will come until the specialist of some species, for example. So, but this daily base, how to preserve, why to preserve, how to conserve some species, such kind of cooperation is, unfortunately not happening.
What about Latvia? What is your experience with cooperating with private owners?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. It is in somehow related to the question about compensations that we have discussed before. And I can sketch very shortly that in Latvia, currently we have a yearly payment-based compensation scheme. So that means that if there's a protected area established on your property, then you are paid some amount of money per hectare per year. And in a lengthy period, it pays out the value of the forest, but we are really talking about the long periods. But the problems are rising in cases when, let's say, there's already harvester warmed up at the edge of the forest, and then you suddenly find a nest of black stork, and then you are going to the private forest owner, and you are saying that you are offering, let's say, 160 euros per hectare per year. And of course, this is something that can't be compared with the income that can get out of the forest when the forest is cut at once. And so that's why we are offering these proposing changes into this compensation system, and we think that there should be one option of one-off payment when the owner is paid all of the market value of the forest at once. But of course, this scheme is much more expensive, and it is considered at the moment by our responsible ministry, but still there are no, let's say, good development in this direction. And this compensation scheme, it really in many cases makes cooperation with private forest owners very problematic, because they think that they are treated unfairly and they are not compensated fairly. And if there is this lack of trust from both sides, then this communication is not, let's say, very productive in many cases.
That's really important nuance. Would like to talk about more, but I saw questions there. Peeter vist oli kõigepealt seal.
Tervist, Peeter Laurits, Biotoopia. Selline küsimus Eesti seadusandluse kohta, kui inimene leiab metsast ühe või mitu
one or several indicative species and the area is not under protection and the person wants to take steps towards this, what would be the procedure to follow?
Protsess on tegelikult hästi lihtne, veppide kaitse. Oh, sorry, I will speak in English. Wood and key habitats legal protection is described in legal note signed by Minister of Environment, and there are very precise descriptions how this process is going. But if you find on your own or neighbor or some forest some good indicator species or good populations, then the expert can check it. Experts are working also in the environmental board, Keskkonnaametis. And the environmental board is actually making a quality control also for our work and have been approved about 95% of our woodland key habitats. The other 5% are lower value on their opinion. And there are also non-governmental woodland key habitat experts and also working in forestry sector. So the list of experts are in the webpage of Ministry of Environment.
So I saw, yeah.
Yes, Kaarel Vahandu from Estonian Ornithological Society. I have a question for Jaanis. First, congratulations on the impressive number of lesser-spotted eagles, 4,000 pairs. I think Estonian number, and Renno can correct me if I'm wrong, is about 500, so eight times less. And I have a question about the management restrictions. There were micro reserves, and then there were the buffer zones. What kind of management restrictions you have in them?
Yes, so first about the microreserves. Generally, in the absolute majority of cases, microreserves means hands-off territory. So that means strict nature protection. Lesser-spotted eagle is the only exception. In these microreserves that are established for this species, forest owners are allowed to extract some small amount of fallen trees, windfallen trees every year, and that was introduced with the view to allow locals in the countryside to get some firewood. And for many landowners, this is actually one of the, let's say, biggest concern if we are talking about the restrictions in the forest. They are asking where I will get the firewood. So the lesser-spotted eagle is only exception. But in the buffer zones, and buffer zones are usually much larger than the microreserves. In our legislation, the microreserve for lesser-spotted eagle can be up to 30 hectares, and altogether with buffer zone up to 100 hectares. And in buffer zones, only seasonal restrictions apply. So that means that you can do whatever you are allowed to do in your forest, but only outside of the breeding season. And these periods, they depend on the species. For like white-tailed eagle, golden eagle, these periods are much longer just because these are birds that are present on their breeding territory all year round, while for the migrants like black-stork, osprey, lesser-spotted eagle, this period is shorter, and it's in a kind overlaps with a period when the eagles arrive from the Africa and then before they are leaving the breeding area for the wintering grounds.
Yes, we have time for short last question because we run out of time. So.
The speaker is not using a microphone.
For example, what is not yet registered is cut down in state land. Is there anything happening in that situation?
Actually, not really. If we have described and sent data to authorities, then the cutting plans are stopped, and this is actually working in state-owned lands, at least so far. But all unregistered, unknown, not described woodland habitats are more or less like common commercial forest, actually. State Forest Enterprise are checking some part of their old forests, but not all, I presume. So some of the values are disappearing actually today, now also. And we haven't reached the goal to preserve all old growth and primary forest in Estonia, because woodland key habitats doesn't cover them all, and conservation areas doesn't cover at all also. So there must be done more effort outside of protected areas to cover the old growth valuable forest.
So thank you, Jaanis and Renno, and if you have more questions, just grab in the lunch pause and ask and talk with them. So yeah, happy to have you, and some nice thanks to you also. Yeah. aga läheme siit kohe siis nüüd edasi, järgmine ettekanne jõuab meieni video vahendusel ja selle ettekande siis teeb Rootsis Kydasskoogeni kaitsemetsa, selline organisatsioon, projektijuht ja rahvusvaheline koordinaator Sebastian Kirpu, metsabioloog, kes on viimased 25 aastat tegelenud looduskaitse küsimustega ja juba lapsest peale väga palju ise metsas viibinud, seal boreaalse metsa ökosüsteemi ja sealseid kooslusi uurinud ja ma rohkem ei räägigi, et jääks äkki aega, sest et Sebastian peaks olema meil pärast ka siis, ma saan aru, interneti teel ka küsimustele vastamas, nii et paneme selle ettekande käima.
The ecosystem and how it has been affected by the Swedish forestry during the last 60 to 70 years with clear-cut forestry as the dominating forest management method. This is how the Swedish forest landscape, the boreal one, I mean the northern part, you know, the conifer forest landscape looked like less than 100 years ago in Sweden. There were no clear-cuts and there were no forest roads and stuff like that, but it was like natural forest mostly all over the northern parts of the Swedish forests. And this landscape has changed very rapidly during the last 50 to 60 to 70 years because of the large impact of this industrialized clear-cut forestry that we are managing the forests in Sweden with. And this is how it looks like nowadays instead. There you see like it's not a natural forest landscape anymore. It's not even a forest landscape at all because it's more like an industrial landscape with clear cuts, plantations, power grid and wind power mill stations every here and there. So I would say that we have changed the ecosystem in a very large scale in the Swedish forest landscape. This is how it has been done. This is from the Swedish Agricultural University in Umeå, who has done, let's say, a monitoring of what has happened with the old growth forest in Sweden since 1958. So this map is from the inland of Västerbotten County in the northern parts of Sweden. And all the green stuff you see here on the map is actually old growth forest. And this is an old aerial photo from 1958. All of the green or gray stuff is actually wetlands, peatlands and stuff like that. And the blue things are lakes and rivers. So there were actually no clear cuts in this area in 1958. In 1973, this had happened. All of the yellow areas is actually clear cuts made in these 15 years from 1958 to 1973. And here is from 1986 and 2004. So you see that the landscape has been fragmented into small patches of old growth forest left, and most of it is actually gone and replaced with plantations of monocultures of pine trees or spruce trees. And this is actually from 2004, so now it's 2023. Still, there is none of these yellow patches that has been clear-cut once that can be used again with clear-cut forestry. So what they have been doing here during the last 20 years or 19 years, it is actually to keep on doing the fragmentation of the last green areas, which is the last remains of the old growth forest in this count or this area. And here is like a map showing the monitoring of forests which are more than 160 years of age. From the left, you have the forests in Sweden from 1920s, and the second map is from the 1950s, the third is from the 1980s, and the fourth is from the 2010s. So you see that the old growth forest has really diminished or declined hugely in Sweden and the Swedish forest landscape. So this is how the Swedish forestry management is actually going on. You drive in these like big machines and you cut down the old growth forest, which has never been clear cut before, and then you leave some remnants left as nature consideration, as you see this dead trunk standing in the picture. And when they are finished, the clear cut looks like this. And this is an FSC certified clear cut, where you can see that they have left some retention trees and small patches of trees standing on the clear cut. And now they think that all of the biodiversity of mosses, lichens, polypores, and insects and birds need to move into these patches of nature consideration, which is of course impossible. This will never happen. Clear-cut forestry is actually destroying the ecosystem totally. I usually say that maybe we should make a comparison between like Stockholm. If we would like cut down all of the houses in Stockholm, maybe just leave like 10 houses left, and all of the Stockholm inhabitants should move into these houses, it would be a chaos. And this chaos is also seen in the natural forest ecosystem. And afterwards, they are going to scarify the soil to replant it with new trees and seedlings from nurseries. So we're actually changing even the face of the forest totally, because the natural trees will not recover this area. It's mostly the planted trees, and they don't have the same genetics as the old trees that has been cut down. Soil scarification is of course a very, very big disaster for the water ecosystem. And here we have soil scarification by the big machines, the heavy machines that are pulling out all of the trees from the clear cuts. And this is also destroying the water ecosystem by the water is actually been rinsed through the soils, and the soils leave then like heavy metals like mercury, for example, that goes into the water ecosystems. And we know how it works with these poisonous matters like mercury. It actually increases in the food chain, and on the top of the food chain we humans are standing. So in Sweden for the moment, and for the last maybe 30 years, we have had recommendations from the government that newborn kids or small kids, young kids, and pregnant women should not eat, for example, fish from the Swedish rivers and lakes because of the large amounts of mercury and other heavy metals in it. And that is only due to this forestry, which is actually destroying both the forest ecosystem and the water ecosystem. Then, of course, we replant the clear cuts with new trees. And I would say that this is nothing like the natural stage of a forest. A forest has never been clear cut. A forest has never been planted. So this is something that I, as a forest biologist, have a hard time calling a forest. I would say that this is a plantation and nothing else. Plantation of trees. From the Swedish Species Center, they have made a calculation of red-listed species in the forest. And this is from the year of 2000, the yellow part, and until 2020, which is the red part in this diagram. And then you can see that nära hotad, which is like near threatened, they have increased. And then you have vulnerable, sårbar, they have also increased. And then you have starkt hotad, which is like endangered. They have also increased. But then as you see these critically endangered and regionally extinct species, they are lying on the same level during this time mostly. But this is also, of course, depending on that it takes a very long time for a species to go extinct. But when you see that the increase is actually going on in all of the other patches of the red list, this increase will actually show also in the future for the critically endangered species and the extinct species, probably. 12 years ago, I was invited to the Swedish Parliament to have a small lecture about forests, and I got like 15 minutes to talk about that. I showed these politicians and people working in the parliament and departments this picture, and I said that this is a pine forest. Then I showed them this picture and I said this is also a pine forest. And then I asked them, do you see any difference between these pictures or these forests? Yes, they said, everybody, and I'm glad for that, and I hope all of you also see the difference. Then I told them that this is actually a pine forest, which is a functioning ecosystem where all of the species connected to the pine forest ecosystem are living. And that's because we have old trees, we have young trees, we have dead wood, both standing and lying and in different decaying stages. So this is a forest ecosystem which is in function, and it's actually a living ecosystem. But then you hear from Swedish forest industry and the Forest Owner Association that it's due to our forestry that we have biodiversity in our forests in Sweden. And this is actually man-made forests. And then I asked these parliament politicians if we could really if we could trust that saying from the forest industry. Then no one dared to say anything. Because, I mean, if there's a big difference between these two pictures, you understand also that there's a very big difference in biodiversity. So man-made forests or plantations of trees is not the same as a natural old-growth forest. I showed them also a picture of the old spruce forest ecosystem, which is, in function, and all of the species connected to it is here or living here, and a forest which is man-made. It's still spruce trees, but it's not a forest. I wish I had these pictures because this is from Borneo. And the Swedish forestry method with clear cuts is actually working really good and fine in all different forests on this planet, actually. So what they do in Borneo or in Amazonas or in Congo basin, they clear cut the forest and then they replace the natural forest with plantations of forests or trees. And here we have the palm oil trees or the eucalyptus trees. I mean, this is exactly what we are doing in Sweden, but we still try to place the burden on these poor countries where they still have quite much natural forest left, but they still, of course, destroy these natural forests and replace them with plantations, just as we do in Sweden. This is the monitoring of the old growth natural forest of Borneo. And you see it's much of it is gone, but it's still 30% left compared to Sweden, where we have about 10% left of our own natural old growth forests. And not even those 10% are untouched by man, but because we have had forestry going on with selective logging already in the 1800s. So there is always some old trees missing. So we don't have real pristine or untouched forest left in Sweden at all. When you look upon how the protection of forests in the world is looking, this is how it looks like. And you see that Europe and Russia is really, really low amounts of protected forests to the right in this diagram. And then you see how it is in the poorer countries in South and Southeast Asia and South America, where they have protected quite much forest. In South America, some parts are really into the new international agreement of more than 30% should be protected before 2030. So in Sweden, we have about 6% of the productive forest land protected as nature reserves and national parks, which is less forest that we should have been protected for the last 20 years. We should have been protecting at least 20% because that was our own national environmental goal. Now we have the international goal or target for 2030 to be protecting 30% of forests. Everything is, of course, about this, the planetary boundaries. Everybody's talking about the climate change, but no one is actually, talking about this biosphere integrity and the loss of biodiversity. Happily, I would say that IPBES, the International Panel for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, has made a very good report that says that this loss of biodiversity is probably as problematic as the climate change. And the thing is that both climate change and loss of biodiversity, we need to save these two very, very important boundaries at the same time, because without the other cannot fix, or you cannot fix the other one. So usually I say that if we have a good biodiversity and functioning ecosystems on this planet, the planet will be our best friend of mitigating the climate change. And it is just the same with our bodies as human beings. If our bodies and we as human beings are feeling good and we don't have any infections or anything, we don't have any cold or whatever, any fever, our body as a functioning ecosystem is really good, then all of us, even you in the crowd, could go out running for 5 kilometers and come back. You will of course be very sweaty and you will get like exhausted and you will probably have quite a muscle pain for the coming days, but your body can adapt to this. But if we would go out running 5 kilometers, having like 39 degrees in fever, some of us would probably die because our ecosystem is not in function. So that's how important it is to sustain the ecosystems so they can help us fight the climate change. Yeah, my engagement for these old growth forests has always been that I want like to, get these type of forests to be protected for all time. So future generations should be able to enjoy this type of forest, to see them, to be walking around with the Ents, from the Lord of the Rings, because here you have these Ents, these old pine trees which are about 600 to 700 years of age, and these dead pine trees which are maybe 100 years or 20 years more old in age. So this is an amazing place to go and walk in the pristine forests, or look out on the landscape and you see that every horizon line is covered by these old growth forests. This is a very, very seldom seen picture in the Swedish forest landscape nowadays. You have to go to the mountain areas where we have still some larger intact forest landscapes. And the last summer, I had the opportunity to see something which like blew my mind totally and made me cry a little bit, because you see how it works in the natural forest. Here we have spruce trees that has been cut down by humans. To the left, there's a stump which was cut maybe, let's say, 40, 50 years ago of a spruce tree, but you see that it has a callus on the cutting edge. That stump was actually surviving the cut because of the tree behind it is actually delivering life to the stump. And to the right, you have the same thing. This stump was cut maybe, let's say, 20 years ago. And this tree behind it is actually delivering nutrients and life to this stump. And it's still alive. The stump to the left has actually died, let's say, maybe 20, 25 years ago. But the stump to the right is still alive. And it is actually the other trees in the forest that creates this amazing, nourishing, or you could say love feeling, family love feeling, the trees in between the trees. And it's so amazing. And I think that all of us should be more aware of how important life is, not just for us as human beings, but all of our fellow citizens on this planet, like trees or insects or fungi or whatever. So this is an important thing, I think, to be aware of. My last slide in this lecture or this talk is this, and it's a caricature, and it says, "We are doing a gathering of money to save the rainforest in South America." And the kids are standing on the clear cut while it's the Swedish rainforest or old growth forest are being cut down by the forest industry. So I thank you for having the patience to listen to my lecture, and I hope it was okay. Thank you.
Kas meil on nüüd Sebastian seal? Yes. Hello, Sebastian, and thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Do you hear
Thank
me?
you for your presentation, and unfortunately, we have only a short time for a couple of questions. I hope we have some from the audience, but I have a short one at first myself, because in Estonia we have had this discussion for like a number of years by now, and we have seen how the general public is, or some of it is really disturbed by clear cuts. But I was just wondering about the situation you talked about in Sweden. Have you noticed, or do you know anything, how it has influenced the mental state of Swedish people in general? Do you know about anything about that?
Well, I would say that we have more or less been forced to adapt to the clear-cut forestry, sadly. But I think that the last, let's say, 10 or 15 years, people have been more aware, and also we have seen more and more journalists in the media that actually is covering these issues a little bit and writing about it in newspapers or in books or making films or even going to the news on the television to talk about it. So I think the more aware people or the public gets about this matter, I think that there will be a big issue, and the debate in Sweden right now for the last 5 years has been really awful, actually, because of the forest industry and the forest owner association. They are, pulling the strings and letting the politicians believe that everything is in order in Sweden, even though there's scientific proofs that this clear-cut forestry is not working as a ecologically sustainable forestry management.
So, do we have questions from the audience here? I see at least, yes.
Thank you. Could you shortly comment on 3 different issues which I think are involved? One is clear cutting as such. Another is how much is clear cut, I mean the amount. And the third is what has been clear cut, meaning that it's not like obvious that you make always a large clear cut area on a previous old growth forest. So does it make difference for you if something else is clear cut or less is clear cut? Thank you.
Yeah, I would say that clear-cutting forestry is the most unnatural thing that is happening in the forest. So we should stop that immediately and try to use some kind of forestry management methods that actually takes, or consider at least the natural stages of the forest, how it works. Because a natural forest never has like a similar stand age. Mostly there's like always different ages of trees in the forest, in the natural forest. So that's what we should have, like a role model for sustainable forestry. In Sweden, we cut about 200,000 hectares clear cuts every year. In the south of Sweden, we actually clear cut even like planted spruce forests or spruce plantations already, because the time for them to grow up to be like large enough trees for cutting again is much like faster than in the north of Sweden. But if you go to the north of Sweden, let's say from, if you know the Swedish geography, we have Värmland and Dalarna, which is in the middle of Sweden. That's the most northern boreal forest. In those areas, we still cut the last remains of old growth forest that has never been clear cut before. So we're actually declining the amount of natural forest in Sweden still, even though we have knowledge about how bad it is, and we criticize, for example, Brazil and Jair Bolsonaro for doing this stuff in Brazil and Amazonas. So it's devastating what we're still doing, even though we have the knowledge that we should not cut down these last remains of old growth forest. And as I told you in the talk, there's about 10% of the Swedish forest that has some kind of connection or the same species that you could find in the real old pristine forests, while about 90% of the forests are man-made in Sweden, which is, in my opinion, a very strange way of using arguments that we are doing the most environmental friendly forestry in the world, as we actually say from the Swedish politicians and the Swedish forest industry and the forest owner organizations. There is no country in the world that has changed their own forest landscape or natural forest landscape so quickly and so severely as Sweden and Finland during the last 60 years.
So, yeah, we have one more question. We have time for last question. So, I have seen, ma näen, Kertu siin ees on üks küsimus.
There is one right up here.
Thank you, Sebastian, for your presentation. Is there some kind of data or resources not accessible to forest owners and managers in Sweden and everywhere else in the world, actually, that would divert the practice of clear-cutting the old-growth forest?
Well, if you mean that there would be data or information about the impact that the clear-cut forestry does, there is, of course, how much ever you want to, because, I mean, if you just like start reading different scientific papers and reports, you'll see it. But, I mean, in Sweden, once we had the forest agency, who was the general information center for forest owners to get to understand what forests is. But the forest agency is lacking personnel, and they haven't got any money to do these things anymore. So it's nowadays the forest companies that gives the information about how to manage the forests, and the forest companies even let forest owners buy the information of making a forestry plan for their ownings. So the forest owner pays a forest company to make a plan of how to manage the forests, and then the forest company has the total insight into this private forest owner's forests. So the forest company can call the forest owner whenever they want and whenever they need raw material, as like spruce fiber for making pulp and paper. So then they just can call this forest owner that they made this forest management plan for, and then they have them as like, it's like having or what is it called? When you have a phone company that you're using their phones and stuff like that. So you're almost like employed, but you don't know it. So it's there is a mass of information, but the scientific information about the impact or the effect that the forest companies do or the clear-cuts do with our forests, it's not like obvious, because it's very seldom that people take time to search for this information. And that's why we started this Protect the Forest organization once, because we want to give knowledge to people about these issues, because we need to have a sustainable forestry, and we need to protect more forests, both for the biodiversity, the ecosystem, and the climate, because that will actually benefit humans in the end.
Yes. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for being with us. Unfortunately, our time is up.
I understand.
Till now. But best of luck to you in trying to change the situation in Sweden, and let's see another time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you, and have a nice day.
Nii, nagu öeldud, et hea konverentsi tunnus on see, et minnakse alati ajakavast üle, mida meiegi oleme siis teinud, aga praegu siis meil lõunapaus, et kohtuda taas, nagu ma näen, 13.50 siin. nii, tere tulemast tagasi siia ja seni kuni inimesed siin istekohti leiavad, siis 2 sõna enne kui ettekannetega edasi läheme.
So a few words before we continue with presentations, and I'd like to welcome everyone who is following us over the internet. Welcome back, and I must apologize for technical glitches in the first block. This is somewhat of a challenge for sound technicians. There are people involved in the technical setup on several sides, and I know that there were a few issues there. By now, I think everything has been sorted out. So stay with us, ask questions, because in a way, we'll try and find a way to answer those. So keep on asking over the web as well. But we'll now continue with a totally different block. Climate and forestry, what do they bring along? And I'd like to invite Mart Kiis as the first speaker of this block, a biologist, but he is now involved in developing the climate policy in the EU. And his topic is, what will the renewed EU climate policy bring? I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon from my side as well. I'm very happy that the afternoon block on climate, to open that block, and presentations up to now come from the field, well, from the forest to be more precise. I'll take the liberty of taking us to the corridors of power and to review what has been happening with climate policy in the EU headquarters. And what has it meant for Estonia? I'll say a few words about where are we today, how do we monitor the land use sector, and also the reason for that is that over the past 2 years there have been intense negotiations, and they've reached their final stage for now. So it's quite the right time to take a look at what's awaiting us as we look ahead. And where is forest and forestry located in that? First of all, let me remind you that about the scientific consensus. Climate is changing, and it has a significant impact on the way we live. It is important to note that Estonian climate is heating up faster than global average. Over the past 60 years, the temperature has increased by 1.2 degrees, and Estonian climate stripes illustrate that. The red of the stripe characterizes higher temperatures, so that was a picture of the past 120 years. Climate change pushed their way into our life, sometimes in a quite unexpected way. Some excerpts from media over the past few years, where we've understood that climate change and its indirect impact is very much here. And I'm saying that to illustrate the fact that everything that I will be speaking about is not some sort of a random deal in back offices. It's about an actual, a very topical need, burning need around us. Climate policy became a central issue for the EU after the current Commission took their seats, that set their goal that by 2030, 2050, the European Union needs to be climate neutral. It was quite obvious that with current measures we will not achieve that. The Climate Act adopted in 2020 set the goal that the ambition for 2030 needs to be enhanced. And the goal was to reduce greenhouse gases by 55% compared to the level in 1990s. To achieve that, the EU Commission came out with a climate package called also Fit for 55. It covers the whole economy, different sectors from agriculture to transport to construction, but it has three main pillars or legal acts that are at the core of climate policy and which should sort of which set goals and execution of which should enable us to fulfill our long-term targets. I'll speak about two of them briefly, just for background. One is the emission trading system. That is for transport and energy sectors. This is what people blame when we speak about high energy prices, but whose impact on energy market is quite marginal. The other is effort sharing regulation, and that regulates transportation and communication. And the final one, LULUF, land use change and forestry regulation. This is the focus for today's conference. The previous two set specific targets for countries, and I'll speak about LULUCF goals a bit later. Land use change and forestry. This legal act covers land categories: forestry, agricultural land, grasslands, wetlands, urban areas, and also wood products that retain carbon over a longer term. What is important that for these land categories, there is a report on annual change in carbon content in living and non-living categories. What is not reported on is natural wetlands. There will be the mining of peat and gardening peat use are reported. There are subcategories on methane and CH4. And for wood products, we report on carbon that is sunk into wood products. Oh, there was a leap, but never mind. That will bring along binding greenhouse gas goals. I will speak about two things for background that you maybe would like to use for context. If you have millions of tons with a minus in front, it means binding greenhouse gases. With a plus, that is emissions. Just for context, the total level over the country, the emission has been around 12 to 15 million tons. If we speak about millions, this is where we are at. For LULUCF, as regards described land use categories, and that generates specific goals for a country, and these can be described in this decade as using 3 points or 3 periods. This is the first 5 years, the first half of the decade. During these 5 years, member states need to guarantee that the land use sector governing different land use categories, the greenhouse gas emissions need to be compensated with at least in the same level. If we have wetlands or peat soils, or then the forests and other areas need to sink the same amount of carbon. By 2030, a much more ambitious goal was set all over Europe. That means member states need to put in more effort. By 2030, the Estonian target is that our land use sector needs to buy 500,000 tons more compared to 2018. And it was 310 million tons. Therefore, our goal is 2.5 million tons. in addition to the goal to 2030, the way we get there is very important. And for the intermediate years, there is a linear line set for Estonia with yearly targets, and we have a greenhouse gas budget for all these years from 26 to 29. These are the goals that are about to be agreed on, and our land use needs to fulfill them during the next decade. A question, how do we know where we are today? Where do we need to move? For that, every year, the greenhouse gas inventory is taken according to IPCC guidelines. Main data for that inventory come from statistic forests inventory. We know the different category areas, changes to these areas, and to that, other data on the use of peat and mining of peat. What is really important is that the change and understanding what are the plans for greenhouse gases, this needs to be as specific as possible. Methods are being developed all the time, and currently there are several cooperation projects underway with Estonian universities, whereby they assess the carbon dynamics of drained forests, and they find emission factors for drainage ditches. So the inventory and usable data would describe Estonian conditions as specifically as possible. The whole inventory is SMI based. But they are now looking into distant readings as well. Maybe that would be beneficial. Based on the inventory, based on the stock taking, we can see where we are now, what's going to happen in the next decades. This graph shows the results of inventories until 2021. Some details as you read it. Everything is above the zero line is emissions. Emissions from greenhouse gases. Anything below zero is carbon sinking. 1,000 kilotons is 1 million tons. As you see, the scale is on kilotons. Different colors denote different land use categories, and you can see clearly. Oh, and the line on the graph describes the whole LULUCF sector. This sector in Estonia over the past 30 years has been greenhouse gas binder, but over the past few years, nearly 10 years, it is a net emitter. And the main change is because forest land sinkage was very significant, but right now forest land seems to be more on the emission side. Based on data from 2021, wood products category and grassland category separately are the ones working there. This is the reality today. Data on the graph are preliminary and it will be specified by March, but what we can see here is with the LULUCF sector, we are really contributing to climate change. In addition to this inventory, we are composing greenhouse gas forecasts to show where are we going in the next or upcoming years. The logic is the same, the colors are the same. You can see two lines on the screen. The upper describes the trend. Where are we going if we apply the measures and policies in use today? The one below shows the trend that we'll reach when we apply policies in the planning phase. These are not being applied. It is just in the pipeline. And the only difference is the forestry management plan that is in the pipeline. But as you look at the graph, the main message we see here is that for both scenarios, Estonian land use sector is emitting nearly 4 million tons. The other says the emissions will be around 2 million tons. And as we spoke of goals, then the goals say that the Estonian land use sector should actually be binding or sinking greenhouse gases. So, current activities do not enable us to fulfill the goals, and as should we continue with current measures, it does not contribute to curbing climate change.
So the question is how to change the situation. We know that changes are needed, and what are the possibilities for the different sectors in order for us to change the emissions from the LULUCF sector. Sadly, I do not have a specific answer to this. The Minister of Environmental Affairs is also working in all sectors and creating analysis for all sectors. We do have some underlying studies that give us quite good information, but it is necessary to get the whole picture together across all sectors. And every measure and additional activity has to take into account its impact on the balance. Here, what is its impact on social economy? And since biodiversity is very important for forests, then also the climate measures have to be come along with biodiversity and restoration of nature goals. I'll just give you a few examples concerning forestry. These are just a few measures that will gain more importance in the future. For example, the area under forests is important, afforestation is important, compensation of deforestation should it happen, also increasing forest growing volumes in private forests, and also increasing the share of long-term wooden products, which bind more carbon and a longer time. And given that, the volume of cutting is also important, even if it's not a climate measure, but in the longer term, it becomes important. So how do we agree about the contribution of the different sectors, also when it comes to the sectors in LULUCF, and how to achieve this goal, where there is a need for additional funding, and how does this funding end up in the relevant sectors? All this still has to be worked out, analyzed, and agreed upon. There is no good answer today for that. And to sum up, the Climate Act with a question mark. This is something that has been spoken about ahead of the elections as well, and also there has been a study that concludes that Estonia needs a climate act. That might also help achieve the climate goals, would create also legal certainty, will figure out how the responsibilities are shared between the different authorities and how the public is involved. This is where I would like to conclude. And I will also respond to the question that I asked at the beginning: what does the new climate policy of the EU brings about? The clear answer is there will be changes because the current measures are not enough. We cannot achieve the Estonian climate goals by using the current measures, but I think what I spoke about today gives you some background, and I also invite you to follow these subjects and think along. Thank you. It's time for questions. I can already see hands up. The speaker is not using the microphone. Yeah, he's using a microphone. Thank you for a thorough presentation, but we are still worried that in the forestry sector that should be binding carbon all the time, because the trees using photosynthesis take CO2 from the air and turns it into different sugars. This is how I figured out this scheme. It should be a binding sector, but how are we now in a situation where our forest sector is not only a neutral sector, but is actually emitting carbon? And you have put wooden products as binding carbon. How this must be a wrong approach when it comes to climate policy. To my knowledge, wooden directives are wooden products are dealt with by the directive as if they were a credit card, so you could share out the carbon or the payment, so to say, across the years. But how does this turn into binding carbon? That I do not understand, and I would like to understand this. Thank you. I'll take it one by one. The first question was, I didn't mention at the beginning that when we were making the inventory of the greenhouse gases, this is the environmental agency that does this, and they are mostly dealing with the data. And the question why the forest lands category is emitting at present, there are several reasons for that. It's a combination of different reasons. For example, the stock of growing forest is declining, deforestation, cutting volumes have grown in the last 10 years. So there are different reasons. And briefly, an answer to your wooden products category question. I'm not quite sure about this comparison with credit card, but on the basis of the guidelines for international inventory, the wooden products, long-term wooden products, sink carbon, and this is what the inventory shows. Just to continue from this question, would you specify? Let's say we have clear cutting in primeval forest that has 300 cubic meters per hectare of living trees, 200 cubic meters per hectare of dead trees, plus all the other shrubbery and plants, about 20%. So when LULUCF looks at this as carbon emission, because they take a whole look at clear cutting, the whole clear cutting as emissions. But in this case, how large is this emission for purposes of LULUCF? Aren't they only looking at the 300 hectares of nice trees on this clear cutting area? This is a justified question. The reporting of LULUCF and binding and emission of greenhouse gases is a world in its own, and I'm not able to answer this question at present. Please use a microphone.
Nüüd, et metsale metsa istutamine on
planting forests is a positive thing. This helps bind carbon. But when we look at this plantation of trees, they first deforest and then they plant the trees there. So what happens there? They do some weeding immediately. So the natural forest that keeps growing there, the willows, birches, oaks, they cut all these so that only the spruce is left. So in the case of this tree field or plantation, and the weeding means that the binding, the amount bound becomes smaller. Is this taken into account? Yes, different factors are taken into account. for greenhouse gas binding. But just a broader comment here as well. It is not only these examples that I brought, but I would like to emphasize that we are mapping all these possibilities at present. And the afforestation, whether this is a good or bad measure in this context, I do not know yet because the analysis is still ongoing. I'm not saying that we should do this as much as possible. I would like to ask a more political question for a change. I don't know whether it is easier to answer or not. You said something that was illogical, I think, that this current obligation for binding for Estonia that has been agreed, this 2.5 million tons per year, this has been calculated that in the years 16 to 18, we bound 2 million tons per year, and they added some ambition there. And then you showed the newer analysis. We can already see that for the past 7 years, we have been actually emitting. So in 2016, we didn't bind anything. Could this mean that the Estonian national goals will be brought up, or rather reduced? This is a justified question. Yeah, the level of this base years has changed already, and the regulation provides that when in 2033 there is a revision of how the goals are met for the decade, then the changes in reporting and the changes in the time series, those changes can be taken into account. This is a short answer. And this is when the level of the base years is taken and our additional contribution will be added to it that Estonia has to achieve. Well, we have run out of time for questions, so please, you can ask questions also during the coffee break. But one question still more. At the beginning, you said that the average Estonian temperature has gone up by 1.2 degrees. So 3 questions. How was this established? How is it measured? And what is the error here? Very important things. Briefly, I just proceed from the information that I get from the Environmental Agency. We can discuss this later over coffee because I can see that time is running out. Kerttu, did you have a question from someone from the web? Yes, but we're running out of time. And talk to Mart during the coffee break, and hopefully he will have time also to answer the questions posted by people following us over the web. You have a complicated situation, definitely, and thank you. The next presentation is going to be really exciting. From across the pond, Great Pond, but from an Estonian. He's a professor of forest ecology, but he is at present speaking to us from America. And he's going to speak about old forests, and he's going to give us a small introduction, presentation, and questions and answers. Good afternoon. I do not really know what did you tell me. I would rather wait for your questions after the presentation because I have pre-recorded my presentation and I'm looking forward to your questions afterwards. But if you could now put on my presentation that has been pre-recorded, that would be great. The interpreters cannot hear this recording.
And then, which are the ways for us to add value to the forest? What do you mean by an old forest? The most widespread forest trees, spruce, pines, and birch trees can live to be several hundreds of years, but they are felled at perhaps 50, 60 years. The growth of the stem is limited because their water and nutrition supply is limited. This picture is the oldest spruce in the world, Old Chico, 9,550 years old, and their root system is quite impressive. Let's look at the highest slide, and that is the hectare supply of timber in forests of different ages. At certain time, it exhausts its possibilities since the growth itself stops. It's textbook knowledge that biomass growth is sigmoid. First of all, it's the settle-in phase, then exponential growth, and finally, as resources are exhausted, growth is curbed. Relative growth declines significantly at a certain phase, where you see that on the lower drawing. So at the absolute scale, the volume of timber increases up to 80 to 90 degrees. Nevertheless, felling options are not the only way of measuring carbon input. This drawing shows links of carbon flows, the relationships with each other and with biomass supplies. To produce biomass, plants need to spend some of their photosynthesis, they need to spend some of the carbon, and also the carbon consumption of plants and animals. They help to bring some of the carbon into circulation again. And final, long-term carbon storage is influenced by different disturbances. Here we need to stress that all these processes listed here are quite complicated and they perhaps need a longer presentation. If we speak about reduced carbon sinkage in older forests, it is often assumed that that is due to microbial growth. Since the growth of plants is about limited resources, then microbial decomposition should release nutrients that would enable trees to grow. On one hand, there is a link. On the other hand, as you can see from these drawings, or the slides, the plant production continues in very old forests, forests that are 700 to 800 years old, and biomass storage continues in soil as well. And although in some forests microbial or heterotrophic decomposition seems to exceed production, the dots here, but then on a wider scale, that relationship is quite stable at around 50%. This means that as biomass is added, it is twice as high as microbial decomposition. So the roles of different microbes in these processes, we'll talk about that in the following slides. On one hand, the activity of soil microbes, it consumes the carbons settled in soil for heterotrophic fungi and bacteria. That is undoubtable. On the other hand, The studies over the past 10 years, has found out, and the soils are much more stable. The microbes, their metabolism actually differs quite significantly. Symbiotes are physically linked to their plant partners. They have free access to carbohydrates produced by plants. That is a source of energy as well as a construction material for them as they grow. Saprotrophic fungi that live freely in soil need to get carbon and nitrogen from surrounding environment. There is agricultural companies limit symbionts and favor saprotroph, and therefore there is a biological functional variability in under the conditions of the lack of resources. The role of saprotrophic organism is important in bringing nutrients into circulation again. It is often thought that a faster growth of plants restores lost carbon storages in plants and in soil. On one hand, trees grow, a part of the trees becomes detritus, but there is an opposite trend as well. They recover the carbon content of the soil. Fast-growing biomass decomposes faster as well because their chemical composition is different. It contains chemicals that are harder to decompose. Faster growth favors saprotroph fungi. It enables faster transition to soil. Finally, species and genotypes selected for faster growth, they also enable faster circulation of carbon. Microbes in faster growing forests enable disintegration of carbon storages in soil faster than with older forests. Understanding that faster production, higher generation of detritus is not linked with high carbon contact in soil is decades old, although intuition would lead us to this conclusion. But right now we understand more about microbial effects, and it has proven that this conclusion is not correct. The main reason why high productivity doesn't lead us to the increased carbon content in soil is, first of all, high productivity means changes in assimilated carbon division. Relatively more goes to surface on the ground parts than underground. On soil, decomposition happens faster. Secondly, with higher production, less carbon is taken to the production of other plants. Photosynthesis binds more carbon than needed by the plant. First of all, the excess is led to the growth of roots. If that is limited, then it is sent into plant protection mycorrhiza. Faster growth relates to more frequent disturbances, and that has an impact as well. In the course of disturbances, many carbon flows are changed. This shows the net carbon exchange before after a disturbance, and that is the same only with a negative sign. And there is a clear link to the age of the forest. The data is from North Carolina. The prevailing species is Pinus, and age is older than 25 years. So it has about 700 to 1,000 grams a year. So plant production is about twice as high. After clear cutting, the forest will release more carbon than it binds, since big photosynthesizing trees are gone and there is a lot of detritus. Disturbance of soil stimulates release processes. How long will it happen? One period that we speak about most is when will the annual balance be binding or sinking carbon? When these lines will turn a positive again after being negative. And these forests, it takes about 4.5 years. The second important phase is how long will it take to capture the released carbon, the curve for cumulative balance. And the point 0 here is slightly higher. To find balance here on the cumulative scale, it takes about 9 years. As I've said, the loss of carbon is caused by the activation of microbes in soil, on one hand from the disturbance, and secondly due to detritus that is novel. In older ages, microbes have an impact on the breathing of soil up to the age of up to 50%. After a disturbance, that percentage increases sharply here and here. How long will that heightened microbial breathing last? It varies. In these two cases, it has been approximately 7 years, 28% from the 25-year felling cycle. In the other case, it's nearly during the whole 25-year felling cycle. I don't know why these studied areas are only 25 kilometers away, the same climate, although the soils are different. The shorter is the felling cycle. The sooner we declare a forest fit for felling, the longer time the forest is in disturbance and the longer it takes for them to recover from the disturbance. Global, the microbial breathing process, or the increase of these regions, it has grown over the past decades. The reason might be several changes taking place at the same time. Increased carbon dioxide, also temperatures, climate change, more frequent disturbances. These are all more intense human impact of climate change. As a result of that, the decrease of carbon in soil is a most likely outcome.
But when we look at the carbon cycle over a longer period of time, then we can see that this is just a continuation of historical trends, but it's just more intensive. This shows the intensivity of the carbon cycle over the history of mankind, over 10,000 years. Every point here shows the average biomass of biome, and depending on the year, also net productivity on a vertical scale. And the production numbers of biomass today are on the left-hand side, where the margin of error is shown as well. On the right-hand side, the symbols are in or dashed line, show historic assessments of the conditions of the biomes before permanent agriculture was spreading on the globe. The biomass amount has declined 2 to 3 times, although the production has remained the same production, but the biomass is smaller. That means that the cycle of carbon is faster, and also they react faster to all disturbances. Let's make a summary. There are not too many old forests left, and we consider old age forests only those that are actually middle-aged. The increase in carbon in soil increases or continues only after the plants are destroyed. The biggest value of really old forest is in their biological diversity, but that is based on structural diversity, both living and dead plants. And from the climate change aspect, the bound carbon, the amount of bound carbon is the most important, and also how fast it is being bound. And the value of timber grows in time. The frequent disturbances and economic activities reduce the content of carbon in soil. They also make the populations living in soil poorer. And to really sum up, I would like to compare high productivity young forests, the plantations, and slowly growing old forests that have large reserves of carbon. Quick production can be achieved in plantations. They produce standard standard products. Their structure is simple. There are few connections between species, and cutting occurs frequently. On the other hand, in order to collect carbon, it is necessary to reduce disturbances, to have competing species that create connections with other species. In order to have these relations, it is important to have limited resources and competition. That means that the biomass grows more slowly and also decomposes more slowly. And depending on what we want to have from forests, the road is different, the path is different. Here you can see a spruce plantation and a natural forest in the Lahemaa National Park. Thank you. Thank you, Asko Noormets. And I do hope that the audience has questions ready immediately. Please, a show of hands or give us an indication. But if you're still thinking, yeah, a question is coming up. My question is based on the following. We are speaking in Estonia that we should make these wooden products more, but we actually have to bind carbon into the soil and then keep it for 1,000 years. Is this the right logic? I have come to the conclusion, yes. Although I do not don't know much about the life of the wooden products professionally, but when we are speaking about the conditions in forests and what are the conditions for growing new forests, then we have to only look at the resources that remain on this stand. The carbon that leaves the forest stand is lost for it. But since we are also removing a lot of mineral nutrients together with timber, then over time and due to the disturbances in the soil, the productivity, the potential productivity of this area declines. Therefore, in my opinion, it is really important to protect the carbon in soil. Asko Lõhmus, turn question to the other Asko. I'm asking about thinning. You mentioned the living timber or living wood reserves in some forests, but thinning has already removed some of the trees from there, depending on the stand. And it could happen 2 or 3 times already. So how is this taken into account? And should this be added, or these emissions be added to this balance? This is a really good question, but unfortunately I do not have a simple answer here. Again, I do not know exactly. I know in general terms that 1/3 or up to half of the trees are thinned out by numbers, but it is a relatively small percentage about the volume of timber. And the studies that I have looked into that measure the carbon cycle in soil, these studies have concluded that thinning causes relatively small changes. Even if about 50% of the trees are removed, the resulting change is limited when it comes to the carbon balance of this area. The studies have not been conducted for a long time yet. They normally last for a few years. They look at the forest a few years before and a few years after the thinning, and then the analysis is completed. But where the borderline lies precisely, or how many trees can be removed by thinning, because as a result of clear cutting the change is very big, but when there is a regular thinning, then both US and European studies have shown that the change is relatively small, and this may be one of the reasons why Sweden some time ago, maybe 15 or 20 years ago in Sweden, it was decided to start using continuous cover forestry. They have decided to stop clear cutting, and they are trying to keep continuous cover of forestry everywhere, if this is possible. I can see another question coming up. Thank you for such an interesting presentation and analysis. My question is the following. What you have presented and the basis of your analysis, namely the balance of the carbon in soil, how young or old is this school of thought? I'm asking this because very often in Estonia you can hear the opposite. The faster you cut, the more useful it is for the climate and the carbon in soil. So where does this principal difference comes into play? The difference lies in the fact that we are only speaking about the speed of production. This was one of my first slides where I showed or demonstrated that if you want to promote this view, then you can show the speed of relative growth, and you can show that this small plant is growing twice as heavy in every week. So if we planted such plants everywhere in Estonia, we'd get such great growth. But if we look at the absolute scale, then we would rather like to have 20 or 30 years old trees everywhere, because their growth is in a phase of exponential growth. But at the same time, there are disturbances that reduce not only the plant biomass, but we also create an imbalance in the carbon in soil. For even decades, what I was showing about North Carolina is that the changes changes occur faster, and thanks to climate, due to climate, the changes in Estonia occur or take longer, and I wouldn't be surprised if also the processes in soil would take longer. So it is necessary for us to look at the whole picture, the big picture. On the other hand, carbon sinking in the wooden products is something that people keep talking about, and some of my colleagues have been studying this for their whole life, and this has been also a big reason why forest use is justified. But at the same time, there are recent studies that show how to the carbon in wooden products tends to be overestimated. So it seems to me, although I'm really not an expert in this field, but it seems to me that opinions start changing about this as well recently. Sadly, we have no time for more questions, so we have to proceed with our program. Thank you, Asko Noormets, for this very thorough presentation. Really a lot of food for thought, and probably more questions come up as well. So we would like to contact you so that you could also try and respond to the questions posed over the web, so that maybe you could also give a written answer to those questions. But the organizers will contact you. But thank you for the present. Thanks, and keep asking questions. Yeah, I would really nice to continue this conversation. Bye. So, if you have questions, if you have problems again understanding English, then put on your headsets, because the next presentation is going to be from our northern neighbors as opposed to the previous southern neighbors. We have Annukka Valkepea from Finland, and she's been studying the approach or opinion of the Finnish people, and the title of this presentation is Continuous Cover Forestry, Why and How.
Yes, thanks everyone. And thank you for this excellent presentation. Like, this has been so interesting to hear. Like, there was so many new views in the previous Asko's presentation. So I'm very happy to be here for this aspect too. But anyhow, I'm very happy to present what we have been doing in Finland with the continuous cover forestry also. So, good afternoon from my side. I'm Annukka Valkeapää and the Executive Director for this Continuous Cover Association in Silva in Finland. And we are also part of Pro-Silva network. And I will also talk you a bit about my PhD, which was about Finnish citizens' values and views on forestry. But first I will just show you briefly how we see within our association, how we see the continuous cover forestry, like what it is. And first of all, like I would like to show you just 2 photos of forests after logging. So I just want to make it clear that you can do commercial loggings in 2 totally different ways. It is possible to make the clear cuts, where you might leave some trees standing there for retention trees, but anyhow, like, most of the wood is taken away. Or then you can practice this kind of continuous cover forestry, where you leave quite many trees there within the forest. Okay, so how we see the continuous cover forestry? So there is really like research on continuous cover forestry quite long time already, and that's why it is possible to have this kind of set of proven methods for wood production without clear cuttings. Or we say mainly without clear cuttings. I see it so that maybe it is not good to ban clear cuts totally, because there are certain situations, for example, some damages in the forest when you basically cannot do anything in commercial forest. forests. But anyhow, like you can practice forestry so that you do not do the clear cuttings, and this can be economically quite, or actually in many cases very profitable compared to clear cutting forestry. But there is these two main methods. Like first is the single tree selection, which is mainly or basically like thinning from above. So you take the biggest trees, not all, but mainly the biggest trees from the forest, and then leave the smaller trees to grow, and then also leave some of the biggest trees there for seed production and also for biodiversity. And then in some cases, it is better to make some sort of patches there in the forest, so you can get these tree species that need some light to regenerate. So then it is good to make some sort of small patches there in the forest. But always, like, it is important to in continuous cover forestry, even though it maintains the tree cover there, but still it is important to focus on this biodiversity in that sense that you always leave the dead wood in the forest and also leave these big trees, as I already mentioned. But quite big issue in economical terms and in environmental terms is there in peatland forests, like forestry in organic soils, is the issue that you basically do not need ditching there. And that is something that has like quite big effects in economical terms, as well as for the waters and also for climate. And the soil preparation usually is not needed at all, or if it's needed, so it can be done quite lightly. But yeah, I would like to tell you a few issues from my PhD study, which was called Values, Fairness and Legitimacy in the Context of Finnish Forest and Nature Conservation Policy. And I defended my thesis in 2014, so there is sometimes already like gone from that. But there was this one question that actually was not at all my main interest, but this ended up to be quite big issue in Finland. And this was one question, this clear-cutting question, it was one among 142 questions, but this is maybe the main questions after all within the whole PhD, probably, or something that has had quite much impact. So within my data, which represents Finnish citizens, and it was quite well collected data, so there it was obvious that 70% of Finnish citizens do not accept clear cuttings as a method. It was just one question there among others, and this actually raised quite big debate in Finland. And on that time when this data was collected, it was collected in 2008, so quite many years ago, but then it was not basically allowed at all to make other than clear-cutting based forestry in Finland. It was basically it was not written in forest law, but it was basically handled so that you were not allowed to practice other kind of forestry. And actually there is quite similar issue in recent Estonian data. I just heard from this study that like 77% of Estonians, they do not, or they would like to see the state-owned forests to be managed like continuous cover forestry, that clear cuttings would not be basically made there. But another issue why this was important, otherwise it would have been just one question there and raised some debate. But I had two open questions in my questionnaire, and one of them was that where would you like to focus in decision making concerning forest use? And in this question, like there was like you can answer anything starting from procedures that everyone should be involved in decision making, but people just focused on clear cuttings. So the main answer what people said there was that they do not like clear cuttings. Clear cuttings should be banned, or something like this kind of answers were there. And the thinnings and uneven age management were suggested instead. And there is one master's thesis made out of this data because it was like huge data and quite much, people had quite much to say on this, but mostly focus was on clear cuttings. And then I still raised another issue from this data, and there was this citizens' forest values. There was basically 15 values just like listed there, and asked that how important you see this. And Finnish citizens saw that the maintaining the biodiversity, that is the biggest issue that or the most important issue they considered concerning forests. And in my view, this is quite, how to say, it is very important issue in that sense that how we discuss in forests and like the goals concerning forests, because it has been quite much marginalized, this kind of conservationist ideas in Finnish forest debate. And actually, if it is the mainstream, or the people see that that is the biggest issue, so I think there was some imbalance in the debates. And because of that, I saw that the challenge for more legitimate forest policy is that we should widen the perspective on forest benefits. But however, this was quite old study, and what has happened since? So the forest law was renewed so that also this kind of continuous cover forestry is basically allowed now. And then I'm working for this continuous cover forestry association, and I see that I can promote like nature's benefit there, but also like citizens' views. And there is quite many reasons why I want to work for getting this continuous cover forestry to like be more mainstream in Finnish forestry. And I have heard that maybe there is similar aspects in Sweden and Estonia too. But this is quite a big issue that there is social license for forestry, and it has been questioned quite heavily in Finnish media and in debates currently that if this is a wise way how we proceed. We do not have as bad situation as it is in Estonia with the carbon balance. Our forests are still net sink, but still the sink has been decreasing dramatically in last years. But also there is like economic reasons behind why forest owners maybe should think about continuous cover forestry. In quite many cases, there is this continuous cover forestry provides better income for forest owner. And there is also this resilience question is big issue, like when the climate change is already happening and there is more forest damage is happening. And there is also quite heavy studies on that, which shows that continuous cover forestry has less forest damages, or damages cause less like effect in continuous cover forestry. But then I will go to these environmental issues a bit more in details. Like with this climate change mitigation, in my eyes, the big issue is that this kind of continuous cover forest is always a net sink. And clear-cut forest, as you see there, so this forest which is cut totally away, so it will be source of carbon for first 10 to 30 years, depending on quite many issues. But anyhow, when you do clear-cut, it will be the carbon source. But if you maintain some wood cover there, it is the net sink, basically, the forests. And then this is a minor issue as the wood products, they do not, it is not so big issue how much the wood products contribute to climate thing compared to what happens in the forest. But anyhow, it is good to notice that continuous cover forestry provides more logs, and then these wood products, they are carbon storages for decades. And also this substitution effect, if you build wooden houses, so when this wood as a construction material, it replaces steel and concrete, so the climate benefit is quite positive in that aspect too. But this is something that I really would like to see more in discussions. Like in a way, we have like huge challenge with the climate change, and if we are still going to do these clear cuttings, which we know that there is a sink, this is the like working carbon storage mechanism we have already there in the nature. But if we do this, like make the clear cut, so then it will be the source of carbon for that timeline that we need to mitigate the climate change. And I think this is something that we have, I think we have not understood well this issue, because if we would really like discuss on the forestry methods quite in different tones. And also this adaptation issue is quite important when talking about forests, and we are quite afraid of all forest damages and so on. And there is this one Finnish study on comparison of damage risks in even age and uneven age forestry in Finland. And it showed quite clear indication, and the conclusion on that study was that continuous cover forests are more resilient towards forest damages. And also there is the issue that when the natural regeneration, it provides genetic variety for natural selection, and that is important when the circumstances are changing. So there is a lot of material from where the natural selection can, in a way, pick the best genes to continue. Another issue that has been quite big in Finland recently is these nutrients from forests. And there is quite now few maps from Finland, but if you look the maps where is those dots, so it shows where is the biggest inputs from forestry to Baltic Sea, like the nutrients from forestry to Baltic Sea. And that is like it is very heavy load, and it has been underestimated quite long time, and now just a few years ago there was new estimates which showed that the old ditches, they actually, it is not so as we thought before, that when there is a ditch it takes some time and then the nutrients are not coming anymore so much. But actually it looks like that these old ditches will emit and will continue to provide, or they contribute these nutrient loads like during the time, and it is not decreasing as we thought before. And this is actually quite an important issue from economical point of view, waters point of view, and also like climate aspect. Like how we manage the continuous cover forestry compared to this kind of clear-cut forest. This is quite, at least in this kind of organic soils and peatland forestry. So usually when you do the clear-cut, so then the water level goes quite high, and then you need to make some ditches to get the water level a bit more down. But within the continuous cover forestry, you manage the wood or the tree biomass there, and when the trees are evaporating, when they grow, so then they keep the water level in certain quite stable. Keep the water table quite stable. So that is quite important issue here in quite many aspects, because when there is a lot of this kind of organic soil, where is, as we can see here, like there is a lot of this kind of soil where is much oxygen when this soil can decompose. So this is from climate perspective also quite big issue, that you keep the water level quite high, so there is not so much soil that is like decreasing. And of course, for biodiversity, it is important that there is the forest cover, because many of the species need some sort of like shelter and also food from forest. And if you take the trees away, so of course there is not much trees. But there is, I just took one meta-analysis which is very strong results. It collected data from more than 800 studies and showed that continuous cover forestry is more favorable to forest species than even age forestry. And we just had the interview with this researcher, and she said that the effect, it is amazingly strong. It is this Sini Savilaakso who was doing it. But just to end my speech, I just show you what we are doing within our association very soon. So we are going to publish this kind of book. It will be published on April, just beginning of April. And this is, in a way, basic guidebook which tells quite common sense, like language, how continuous cover forestry can be managed. And then we are going to publish on Thursday next week this kind of teaching material on continuous cover forestry. And this will be also published in Finnish, Swedish, and Norwegian. If we get funding, we can also translate it in Estonian. And then we have already this kind of calculator where you can compare these two forestry methods, and you can compare how it affects in nutrient leakage, climate impact, and economic profit. And also we have some webinars on continuous cover forestry. But this was my presentation. Thank you. Thanks.
Questions? I see a hand here. Yes, please. Yes, please. See.
And there will be more questions as well.
English or Finnish?
Both are okay for me.
Because there are like different...
Yeah, so thank you. It was a very good opening to this continuous forestry. I'm a little bit practitioner myself, and I kind of see the benefits that you were talking about, like you have under nature protection species living in your forest, you see you get more wood out of it, and so on and so on. But can you give me more real numbers about this? Like you mentioned economic benefits, and I'm at the Green Transition in Tallinn Strategic Department, and to make a case to politicians, it's always like, give me the monetary number or social economic benefits of this or that action. Can you more elaborate what kind of profits can we expect if we manage our forest better? Thank you.
Yes, that is a very important issue, and there is quite much studies made in Finland, but in this kind of like international studies. Olli Tahvonen and Timo Pukkala, they are maybe the main names who have been studying these economic aspects. But the basic idea why it is, where the economic profit comes, is that you sell these logs, mainly logs, and when you compare the cubic meter price for logs and pulpwood, so it is something like three or four times more you can get per cubic meter. Not that it is only bigger trees but you are selling, but you get paid more per volume. And it is not just a bit more, but it is like 3-4 times more per cubic meter. So that is like the big issue there. And then you will get the incomes in quite evenly. So when you do the clear cutting, you get the income, and then you have only like costs for decades. But in continuous cover forestry, you basically go to the forest when you can get some income from there. So you need not to make investments for the forestry. And that is the other aspect, that in clear-cutting based forestry, like when you make the cutting, so then you have to do some investment and tending procedures which are not like paying you then, and you will get paid only like after quite many decades. But these operations that are basically not needed in continuous cover forestry, they are this planting, soil preparation, and ditching. And the ditching is quite expensive operations. But I can find these few articles where these like economic comparisons of these methods and send it to you.
Yes, we have a question here.
Hello, Kristjan Maasalu, FSC Estonia. Thank you for the presentation. Can you please elaborate a bit? You mentioned that the continuous cover forestry produces more logs. Exactly how, please? Sorry if it's a stupid question.
Sorry, I didn't maybe get it.
In what way does continuous cover forestry produce more logs?
Yes. Yes, it is like, of course, depending on the site. And continuous cover forestry, it is not so simple as the clear-cutting based forestry is, that there is mainly like few schemes that what you do there in the forest. But in continuous cover forestry, you have always like thinking that what is the starting situation and how to handle it. But the main answer to your question is that mainly when you have this forest where you practice continuous cover forestry, so you go there and you cut the logs, the biggest trees, not all, but you start to harvest from the big ones. But in clear-cutting based forestry, you mainly make the thinning so that you cut the small trees. And most of your incomes comes from the small trees, which are not paid very well. And the cubic meter price is quite small. So in this, this is the idea that you go to the forest and do the loggings when there is enough big trees to be cut, where you get quite good incomes. But it is something like, I don't know how close this is to reality, but something like the share is so that 70% of logs you might get from continuous cover forestry and 30% of pulpwood. And it is vice versa in clear-cutting based forestry. Not very exact numbers, but something like this.
Nii, ma ei oska nüüd inglise keeles nii terminoloogialt.
I can't really ask my question in English, but for continuous cover forestry.
On uuringuid ka või hinnanguid sellele, kui kvaliteetset palki saab sealt, just see palgi osa kvaliteedile.
How good is the quality of timber or logs that you get from there? But the doubt is that if you get a timber plantation, then you get this rubbery wood. But for continuous cover forests, does it give you a nice, dense, good quality timber? Do you have any information on that in your system?
Quality differences between clear-cutting type of forests and continuous cover forest, because there is this idea or suspicion that it's actually better in continuous cover forest, that the wood in clear-cutted forest is softer and etc. Can you comment on that?
Yes, this is our understanding that it is so, as you said, that it is better quality in continuous cover forestry in this wood material. This is our understanding. I have been trying to find the studies which would be like such studies that like would well compare this difference, but actually I have not been very successful in finding such studies which would like really show it well. But there has been, like there is this kind of theoretical understanding that when wood grows in quite dense position, so then they grow slower and then the material is more like durable. But this is just like, but I have not found very good data-based studies concerning this. If some of you know, so please tell us and send the link to me, because this is something I would be also like very interested. I have also heard another, like there is some evidence that also the pulp would be somehow more, like better quality pulp comes from continuous cover forestry, but this I don't know more. Just like an indication in one study.
So thank you, Annukka. We're out of time for questions now too. So it was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Yeah, and
thank you.
Ma saan aru, et meil on paus nüüd. Ja,
and I understand we are due for another break.
Et väikene 15 minutit kohvipaus.
We'll have 15 minutes for coffee.
Ja siis läheme edasi, et kellel on Annukale või kellegi teisele,
siis
see on ka osa konverentsist
omavahel
suhelda.
Then that is part of the conference, to be able to talk to each other and network. Thank you. Welcome back at the Maximum Hall at Tallinn University, and also welcome to everybody joining us on web on our forestry conference on people and climate and forest. And we've reached the final block, conversations on people and forests. And if you have any problem with English, then use your headphones. And we still have our northern neighbors here, photographers Ritva Kovalainen and Sanni Seppo, two wonderful photographers that have studied the forest for decades. Tree people, forest operations were first parts of this operation, and now the third one, forests of the north wind, is the third.
Thank you so much. I didn't understand a lot what you were saying, but anyway, it's very nice to be here. We are very proud that we were invited, and the day has been really interesting for us also, so thank you for all the lectures and questions. So we feel that we have also learned a lot. So I am Sanni Seppo.
I'm Ritva Kovalainen, and I welcome you all also. And here I'm showing a picture which I was shooting 30 years ago. And you can see Sanni sitting on there, but I'm behind the camera. And this picture is describing very well kind of our background and our work, from where we started and from where we are now, but only 30 years older. We are sitting on a campfire longing to be part of the nature and wanted to wander in deep primeval forests in Finland, but instead we are sitting in a clear cut and trying to get feeling from that firewood. So about 30 years has gone, and now we tell something about shortly about our common work, which we have been doing together during these works. So we are photographers and artists. And the forest has been very important for both of us since childhood. And we graduated from the art school in Helsinki in the beginning, early 90s. And then we wanted to deal with the forest issue through our photographic and artistic work. And that's what we have been doing. And at that time, 30 years ago, we were following, like now also, the discussion what is going on about forests. And at that time, especially in Finland, we were talking much about, or mainly or barely, about the economic points of forests and also about the ecological values a little bit. But we wanted to point out the cultural meaning for us people. It was our main issue, and that's how we started, Tree People.
Was it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. So, we worked about maybe 5 years about this first common project, which was called Tree People. And we wanted to research the roots of the Finnish relationship with the forests, and we were very interested in, somehow we found our lost nature religion that we didn't know before. We had been learning at school about the Greek mythology, about the Christian legends, but no one told us that there was something before it. It was like a hidden from common knowledge in Finland, some kind of forgotten treasure which we found from books, from archives, and at the end also signs of it in some remote places in the country. Actually, this Estonia has been very important for us in this project because first we were thinking that it's old, everything is like old mythology, old stories, something very ancient. But the first living holy trees we found here in Estonia, and Henrik Relve was very important guide for us. And this is Emmaste Uhritammi in Hiiumaa, and it was like the first living holy tree we saw, and it was like oh, it's not just a mythology, it's a really living thing still. And then we were with Henrik, we were driving around Estonia and photographing several amazing trees, and we started to think that maybe there could be something in Finland also. So soon we noticed that actually all the belief wasn't so ancient. So there had been some. It's somewhere in our country still some marks of that old beliefs. This is, for example, a fisherman's holy tree. So when the people went to fishing, they put some fishes in the hole of the tree like a thanks for the forest gods. And then we searched everywhere. We found maybe 20 holy trees in Finland, and all these so-called Hiisi places that you all also have here in Estonia, and sacred trees and bear skull pines. And also we were interested in the people. What is our relationship with the trees nowadays? And we were interviewing people who had strong beliefs still and strong relationship with some trees.
Yes. So this Tree People project, which we were working about 5 years together, and after we made a book and exhibition, it was touring around. So we learned a lot ourselves making this project. And one thing was, which came from the old nature religion, one main thing maybe was that the destiny of us humans and nature, it can't be separated. In the past, in Finland, likewise here in Estonia, every house, every home had a sacrificial tree, a holy tree at the backyard or nearby. And people thought that whatever happened to the tree happens to the people who are worshipping that tree. Their destinies were interviewed together. So this is, for example, Saarikoski holy tree in Finland. Saarikoski, maybe somebody knows, he used to be a famous poet in Finland, now passed away a long time ago, or some decades ago, but this is his family in Kauhava, and they had this kind of holy tree, and they believed that every time when this one branch is falling down, the oldest person of the family is dying. And this kind of beliefs were lots of in our past tradition. And our exhibition was traveling widely around in Finland in museums and also abroad a bit. And this previously unknown issue, the spiritual and religious relationship with the nature, became known through our project in Finland. It was absolutely unknown before that, and it was crazy. And we got a lot of feedback from our project. In the exhibition, we got maybe 20 books where people were writing, filling comments for us. And there were two things, what kind of feedback we got. And first of the feedbacks was that now people understood better their relationship to the nature, why forest was so important, why nature was so important for them. But the other thing was that we started to hear and read very, very sad stories when people told us about their nearby forests has been cut, vanished, how the nature has been destroyed, and how depressing and sorrow, how big sorrow it is. And this compelled us that we have to continue with this work with forest issue.
And as Sebastian Kirpu was telling that they have found a nature organization because they want to spread information, which is so difficult, actually, because the forest industry has so big power. So we also, for us, all this artistic work partly has been also one reason is that we want to tell the people other stories. And we have, if you later want to see, we have this Tree People book in Finnish or in English, and then we have this next work that was like continuing. We needed, as Ritva told, we needed to continue what has happened to this, our holy relationship with the nature. As also Sebastian said, that in this late 60 years in Finland and in Estonia, in Finland and in Sweden, the landscape has changed dramatically in last years. And we wanted to know how it has affected to the landscape and to the nature, and also how it has happened to the people, what has been the reaction of the people who live in the countryside. And then we wanted to make a research in one area in eastern Finland, which is known as a wilderness area near the border with Russia. So it's known that it's a very wild area, that we wanted to photograph it entirely, every place, kind of research, photographic research, how is that place. And because for our city people, the hectares are maybe sometimes quite difficult, so we started to measure the forest in the minutes. So how long does it take when you are in the clear cutting and you enter to the forest? How long does it take that you are on the other side of the forest before getting to another planted forest or to clear cutting? And in that area we found like 2-minute forests, 3-minute forests, but hardly any half-an-hour forests, for example. And for example, then we were interviewing people there, and one person, Jouni Peltola, told that when he moved there in 60s, he could walk in 24 hours forests.
So in the book, our book, we made a book and an exhibition and also a short film, and in all those we focused to the feelings of the people who had lived or who were living, still living, or had lived on those regions which had dramatically changed during their lifetime. And we were interviewing a lot of them and photographing and walking with them in their places, in these which they had lots of memories of. But at that time, criticizing forestry in Finland was kind of taboo, because it's our reputation that we are the best in the world in this area, doing everything so perfect. So it was really also traumatizing for people that because of this taboo, and people were wondering that if it's okay if I feel sorry for my home forest looking like this, is it okay, or is it something wrong with me? And that's quite amazing, but so it was. And so here are some comments about the people who lived there. We read some of them. The marshes are gone, all the atmosphere of the childhood and what it looked like, it's all gone. The paths are gone. The landscape is being managed. Everything is gone. It's like an era has been destroyed, and we never get it back.
Forest areas like this, they mean so much to people. A person who's been born and has grown up here among the woods values it so much. It's like a spiritual capital, this forest and landscape and all that it contains. And it's gone forever.
I would have wanted to leave that area for coming generations, as it was. And how nice it would have been to go for a walk there and tell how such and such happened here. And for them to have seen the same beauty that we saw as children. It would have been important, but it doesn't seem possible. It's as if when you see something beautiful somewhere, you can be sure that it will be soon destroyed.
So all these big chains of clear-cutting, ditching, how was this pronounced? Tillage has caused a huge change of entire nature in just one human's lifetime. So majority of our forests have been transformed into something fundamentally different from what they would be naturally. There are numerous species that can't survive in new conditions. And we have only 1% to 2% of Finnish forests which are untouched, which are in their natural state. But there are still around 6% of forests left where the impacts of the human activity have not changed the natural structure and species composition too much. The two are still but also they are disappearing now through logging. Even the Finnish state is logging down the old important forest. And about 97% of forests in Finland is now under industrial use. And according to the latest red lists, about 22% of the forest species are threatened.
And now we come to our third work, which we have been now doing during last 10 years. There's no picture.
There's this text.
But there wasn't any.
Okay.
But anyhow, the project is called The Forest of the North Wind. And we came to, here is one map which shows where are the primeval forests in Finland now. This whole Finland could be forest. It's from the south to the north, almost. But that's how it is now, natural forest. And working with these two projects before, we made these two observations why we wanted to continue again this third decade with the same issue. So how few we have these natural forests left, and also how little we actually know about them. And because they have become so unfamiliar to us. As you see, most of the people live in the South Finland, so it takes a whole day to go to some primeval forest, maybe some car, or maybe 2 days. And so we don't know it anymore. And there is also one other reason, because there wasn't done research, ecological research of natural forests before this before it started in the beginning of this century about 25 years. Before that, it wasn't allowed made of this kind of research, because all the research was done for the economical purpose. But these natural forests, which we are now have been photographing in these small spots, they are this kind of diverse species that sustain life. And we want to depict and show how it looks like, what are these rich ecosystems that these northern forests are at their best. And we also want to illustrate how the forest habitats are becoming threatened and being lost.
And to be able to photograph all this, we have been photographing the protected area in East Finland and in North Karelia and in Lapland. So in the South Finland, hardly, as you saw the map, there hardly is any kind of forests. What we have been thinking is that in dictionaries, if you think what does the name forest mean, it's a large area of land that is thickly covered with trees. And in statistics, usually we are talking the forests more like cubic meters of timber. So the way we talk about the forest also affects the attitude towards the forests and how we see the forest.
So we think that it's very, very important that we recognize the difference between a natural forest and a commercial forest. They are two absolutely different things. And because in Finnish word forest, when we talk about the forest, so it can mean, it can mean a clear-cut site, or it can mean a stand of planted trees, or it can mean also primeval forest community with snags and dead wood and centuries-old trees. And we have to remember that the forest is home of thousands of living organisms that has evolved over thousands of years. So a natural forest means a forest where trees of different species and ages maintain this biodiversity together. There are thousands of plants, fungi, animals, protists and bacteria, not only trees, but often we only see and talk about the trees, and we forget the rest of it, which can't exist without this whole society. Here is a picture of one primeval forest and the nest of eggs of the birds which are living in that forest, and they couldn't live without that forest or without a natural forest. Finnish forests are home more than 20,000 species, and the enormous diversity of species is characteristic to the natural environment. In natural forests, there are always presence, the death, and the long period of time and the continuity creates new life. And you can say that the dead trees are maybe the most important trees in any forest, but to become this kind of important trees in ecosystem, they have to be able to live a long life before that. Long and slowly life.
One of our most common tree is the pine. It's called Scots pine, like the biologists know it that name. And if it could be just left, it could influence the environment for 1,000 years. It's said that the pine is growing 200 years, living 200 years, and then dying 200 years. And after that, it also is part of the ecosystem hundreds of years and can hold life for many species. It takes, for example, a couple of 100 years to go broad enough to hold large nests of birds, for example. So in northern Finland, the tree would start slowly passing away, perhaps at the age of 700 years. And old trees provide homes for many cavity nesters, for example, and tall stumps of broken trees make perfect nests for owls. And over centuries, old pine trees are also vital for countless other birds, insects, and other species. And as I said, it's the most common trees in Finland, but the list of threatened species that depends on the pine is very long. Because for the industrial use, they cut it down when it's much less than 100 years. And if you think that the tree, it's felled around 60, 80 years maybe, so the entire life of 200,000 years life cycle is missing in the biodiversity. And all the species that need this long life are missing in the ecosystem.
And then, of course, the water is a very important element, and it's amazing when you are in a natural forest, you see the water all around you, and the water is always moving in little streams, and it moves from the earth to the sky, and it's clean, you can drink it, it's amazing. And, but the strongest flow in the forest is invisible to us. The trees are, you can say that the trees are like fountains. They circulating the water. Most of the water that moves from the ground into the atmosphere passes through plants, most of all trees.
And as we have heard here, very important lessons, the old forest is the very important carbon reservoir. With the big age, size, the trees are capable of binding a lot more carbon a lot long time than the trees which are logged young in commercial forests. And also the soil is very important carbon reservoir, as it's told here, and dead trees can also store carbon very long time.
In Finland, we have a very long history of forest industry. It starts 200 years ago, no, 150 years ago maybe. And, but let's say last 70 years, the forest industry and forestry has been defining our relationship to the nature. It has changed our relationship to the nature very much. And nowadays, as I said in the beginning, we are so used to landscapes which are shaped by humans. So we are forgetting what and how the natural forests are and how they look like. And we hear very often people say, when you cut the forest, okay, it's coming back in 10 years, in 20 years, it's back, don't worry. Why are you worried about it? But if you clear cut a natural forest, it takes several hundred years, maybe even 1,000 years to recover. to return to its natural state, because the trees have to grow slow and they have to die, and also the species may have vanished from there. Where do they come then?
And in Finland now, the young people are really awakened, and they have understand the importance of the biodiversity. And but the power of the forest industry prevents the change. And right now there are two big fights going on in Finland in the state-owned forest, one in south, one in north. In north, activists are protecting one area. They put, now in the winter when there is 20 degrees below zero, they put a tent, they stop the machines, the police come to take them away, to put them in the jail. And then the new activists come, and then the machines need to stop, and then the police come and put them away, and then they now this has been 3 weeks it has been going on, because it's an area that should be protected, and it's state-owned forest, but this is what it's going on in Finland. But the good thing, I think, is that there's a lot more conversation and a lot more people who want to do something, because they don't believe that the forest industry or the state itself makes any change.
And we think, as you all maybe, I hope so, think that we should take the loss of the biodiversity really seriously. And like scientists Edward Wilson and Ilkka Hanski already decades ago were warning. They said that the worst thing in the future, what can happen, is the loss of biodiversity. Because disasters caused by population growth, nuclear war, and capitalism, it can take hundreds of years to recover for us people. But to recover from the loss of biodiversity takes millions of years. So there is a perspective.
And now we are in the situation, because for example, in Finland, we still have the species left. So we can rewild and take the nature back. And even there are not much old forest left, but because we have still possibility. So now we are in the moment, I don't know, probably same in Estonia, in Sweden, that now it needs to be the change.
And really the biggest question is that how these people who are in power, who control the natural resources, industry, the business and the politics, how could they see that this is important and it is too much to practice forestry in 97% of the forests? We have to leave space to the nature much, much, much more. And this question, I think we were asking 30 years ago, sitting on that clear cut on the firewood, dreaming about the forests. And here, after 30 years, we are asking the same question. And it's sometimes very desperating. But we are hopeful. That's why we are here. And Sanni wants to say maybe some positive ending.
Well, we are running out of the time. Maybe there's not the time to say anything positive, except that I'm really happy in Finland, the movement. I'm happy you organize this kind of events. I'm happy of all this conversation, of all this knowledge. So all this combination of the activists and the scientists and whatever, people who love the forest, all this power together, I think it can be the possibility of the change. We have 42 seconds left.
Do we have time for questions or unfortunately,
yeah, sorry for that.
So we will be after that. We will go with these books if somebody wants to personally question or see the book. So we are too talkative.
Really beautiful books. I suggest you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. Niimoodi. No vot, eks
Sanni ja Ritva are also foresters of a kind. In Estonia, I don't think that we have any foresters left, but the next presentation has the title Perspectives of a Digital Forester. That a person who has a close relationship with forests and keeps thinking about forests, what the person can do or cannot do. Madis is here, so he's going to give us the perspective of a digital forester. Good afternoon. My name is Madis Kats. And I apologize in advance that this group is really large and I may have some kind of stage fright, but maybe I can overcome this as well. I've studied photography, semiotics and technology, and on a daily basis I'm a graphic designer. And I'm also a small-scale forest owner. My presentation today, titled Perspectives of a Digital Forester, is like a case study. What are the perspectives of intervening for an ordinary person, how to influence the future today and the future of our home forest? I am this case. So how did this happen that I, small forest owner, became part of the forest lobbyists? I really was part of this list for a second. This here is my country home. We got this through the family, and it was 2004 when I took a serious interest in this. This is now my own garden, my own area, my own garden, my own place that I am responsible for. This is something that is a piece of land that I have put into order. This helps me to be also, this is also a little flower bed next to an apartment block. So this is my land, sufficient for a spiritual forest, although I sometimes think that I could use more. For what I use the forest for pottering around, for hiking, for firewood, maybe to cut it down at one point, but also for my creation. But mainly it is a forest that nobody else can cut down. And when I'm staying for a longer time at a place, then you start growing your sense around it. My forest is next to a lake, and I keep staring day in, day out into this lake and across this lake. So this is my visual forest, or forest of the views. So a very insignificant thing, but it is also very important for official purposes. This is the red line. This is the border of the municipality and also the county. But the forest is not concerned about this. I sometimes cross this border 10 times a day and I feel nothing. And I go swimming in a different county, but the garbage collector is very interested in the border. And this lake is actually not one lake, but several lakes together. So you can go canoeing. It's not too good for tourism yet. There's too many mosquitoes there. You cannot put up photos in Instagram. But it has 11 lakes, one after another. But again, half of it is in one municipality, half in another. The forests, these are my home forests, my childhood forests. There are my family stories, there are my own stories that I created myself. And and I take a canoeing trip after ice has left the lakes. About 5 to 6 years ago, I started noticing that this part, the forest part, they started to be cut at the 10 meters of the water protection zone where nothing should happen. And this doesn't mean anything. This is just, there were no trees left, no water protection, and no feeling of a forest left. About the same time, I started thinking and looking at the maps and looking around the databases, and I started to use the word digital forester about myself. I discovered the forest portal, the geoportal of the land board and the land cadastre, and I realized that this is a perspective of a city person, urban person. I'm not there, but I'm staring at everything on a screen. And many of those who have signed to protect a piece of forest are digital foresters. They read a digital article, look at this digital picture, and give a digital signature. This is the modern possibility. I, for example, learned how things were. Who owns these forests? I took my canoe, I was staring at these forests in real life and on the internet, and I realized that no one is looking at them as an integrated whole. So how I could interfere? What is the perspective for a digital forester? And my plan was that these lakes would be surrounded by forests. Here there are more farms, but down there are lots of forests. So it is clear that I probably have to approach the State Forest Management Center. Maybe I should write directly to them. I've also heard about these areas of increased public interest, and their statutes seem to suit me. So in May 2008, I wrote a letter, described my vision, and the important part of it was to preserve our forests. Their forests, really. I pointed out the ecological value of the whole corridor around the lakes, and I got the response, a very polite response. I already learned that this is an area of increased public interest, but I also understood that they still go on cutting this area because they can't do things differently. I felt that my wings had been clipped, and nobody outside the Forest Management Center knew where these areas of increased public interest were, and I asked them, and I learned that this was internal information. So my perspective was to write to the Forest Management Center, and what was the result? Really no result. I got contact, I got a letter, but even so. Then in 2008, I also learned a new word, which is it was key habitats. So what I learned about this, as a rule, you do not cut key habitats because by definition it has to have trees and dead trees and so on. So I looked at the map and I found some of these key habitats, and I was a little. Was a consolation for me, and the result was that these areas support my goals, but I cannot do nothing about this. In 2018, in November, I was invited to a local inclusion meeting. I looked at others who got the letter as well. There were some acquaintances as well, but nobody really wanted to go. And they said that the previous meeting, also about the same issue, did not work out well. But I still thought, I'll go there. So what was the discussion about? It was about uniform shelter for cutting, contractors, harvesters. Yeah. So they also spoke about placing certain information posters and things like that. But I I felt that yes, I can do something. I can prevent some of the cutting. So my home forest is like my own, and I think the perspective is something like 3+. But at the same time, someone went to the Data Protection Inspectorate and wanted to know where these areas of increased public interest were, because it's quite funny if they are just secret. In November 2020, the response came, and now we know where these areas really are located. He learned it, I learned about it, and I looked at this. There's 654 hectares of these areas of increased public interest. In the spring of 2021, I got a new invitation for an inclusion meeting. Very convincing was, and they had in the Forest Management Center even created a special procedure for that, to increase transparency, to collect information and comments and opinions from people, and I was really happy. Well, they could, they really did something, and we can really talk about things. And in the first wave of this new meeting or inclusion, 2 new areas were put on the table. Out of this 586 hectares. So I sought all sorts of sources. I walked around in the forests, and through a community member, I was invited to also participate in a pan-Estonian initiative in parallel with a local inclusion meeting, which meant that I was almost working half-time already. I became an activist. Speaking about these proposals that we made about these local areas of public interest, to stop cutting, clear cutting in those regions, and to prefer sanitary, selective or cutting or thinning, and also to limit these cutting areas with maximum 1 hectare. And 1 hectare, given what is happening now, might be quite a good idea. And the third is my favorite, that in these areas, forests are considered to be regenerated when the target tree species has reached 4 meters in height, and not conduct regeneration cutting on an adjacent piece of land before the land has been regenerated on a clear-cut area. And then speaking about old forests, let's increase the share of old forests. The percentage were 22.3, and we said in 2 decades it should be 30%, and 47% of young forests. This is quite an intensive management of forests in these areas, if you think about it, the 47%. So what was the response from the Forest Management Center? And the sun also rises. They could say that they take into account in preparing the plan, and they also said that they could say the same thing, that the sun rises from the east. This was just a nebulous response. So what happened all across Estonia? 29 areas of increased public interest were included all across Estonia. And in these tables, there were 553 lines of proposals from the local community, civil society, and 45% of those proposals were given 3 explanations or responses. The record or most universal response, used 121 times, was that the cutting areas are planned so that When I said, don't cut this tree, then they said, we're going to cut it anyway. And the next responses were, in order to renew or regenerate the forest, a type of cutting is chosen that secures this, and that the local and that the forest center has the legal obligation to deal with regeneration of forests and managing. Finally, you ended up speaking with the Minister of Environment, and members of local communities and governments were present. We had Zoom meetings. And the Forest Management Center said that everything is okay, everybody is happy. But I wanted to say that if the agreements are made, then there are no other options, because all proposals that do not suit the framework will be just rejected. And then the decision makers looked at this representative of the local government in a hopeful manner as the best partner for them. And the local government representative said that, yes, they are ready to take upon this obligation. And this is how the issue is becoming more of a municipal issue. And then they said that if the people do not like it, the local people do not like it, then they will not elect them during the next elections. But half of my forest is on the next in the neighboring municipality. So I can't do that. Secondly, the municipalities do not have resources, expert information, nor motivation. And the general plans that they have to take care of have just about been completed, and nobody wants another issue. So I turn to both of these municipalities where my forest lands, but this is actually a different chapter, and I am not sure how clear this is going to be and what the responses are going to be from these municipalities. So next round, we had more answers from the authorities. We walked about in the forests, but even if we achieved something, but at first we had to run against the wall, really. What a normal person continues trying when someone just gives you an answer, the sun comes up from the east. Do you feel that things went well? No. So this new round of talks of inclusion, but to say that the sun comes up for sure and the state forests get managed. Summary. The digital foresters cannot be too optimistic without going to the spot, going to see what actually happens in the forest. Do not look at the screens only. You have to communicate with the local people. And there was a guy, Bulgayan, who created new lyrics to a famous song of Janis Joplin, Mercedes-Benz. And this is all true today as well. You need money, work, and all these other values. When you look at this logo, I started suspecting my memory. I remembered it was about His, the holy wood, the sacred wood. And I Googled this. I thought I maybe remembered it incorrectly, but then I found it. All forest in Estonia is not a sacred forest. We need a great social agreement here. And in order to achieve this agreement, it will take time, but we also have to work during that time, but so that future selections or possibilities still would remain possible. The Forest Management Center is not a shepherd for the forest. There should be economic effectiveness, but also reputation to be taken into account. And I'm not speaking about the private forest owners, although I should, but I'm speaking about the great influencer in Estonia, the State Forest Management Center. And ordinary person is not looking in the state forest portal whether this is a state-owned forest or a private forest. Clear cutting everywhere. This is the scope of the reputational damage. I do not doubt that the State Forest Management Center has a lot of information, expert information about forests, but we can't see what they are doing. Maybe you should influence them as well. Maybe we could add care, shepherding, other values than just economic value. Who would take care of the forest paths? Who would not enjoy the part of forest that the local community likes? And I think that the society has already become quite ready to pay for that.
Thank you very much, Madis. We have a moment for questions. Do we have any questions for Madis? And the speaker is not using a microphone, I'm sorry. If you ask me, where should the money come from? Then I say from the sales by the Forest Management Center. But where do you take away their money? Well, we need to take away that from somewhere because that is a value for us. Any other questions? Microphone for the speaker, please. Unfortunately, I didn't look that up before I came here. I'm using time tracking software, but that's quite a depressing figure. Unfortunately, I did not. But it is 0.4 full-time equivalent for a few months, and I burned out because I actually had to do something else as well to survive. And it became too much. The map that you showed, or the maps, on one map you showed that down here were the public forests and then there were private forests, but you didn't really dwell on the differences as to what's happening in these forests. Well, what is the difference between private forests and RMK managed forests? But what is your relationship with the locals? Who do they take you for? Are you someone who is fighting for your rights? You're the weirdo? You're the disturber? What? That's an excellent question because, first of all, I can give you an answer, an unexpected perspective. RMK is a huge organization. The fact that they get involvement procedure that I can only use foul language, but I will not be attacking the local forester who is guarding it, who knows the forest, who is fighting for their forest. There is no point in telling off the cashier at a shop. At all this BS at the local level of RMK, the State Forest Management, our communication with that is pretty much okay. Occasionally things get a bit heated because there is a conflict written into it, but we manage. Locals, and for local important areas, it describes the situation. Very crudely, you can divide the people in two. On one hand, it would be the task for RMK to clean up the undergrowth in the forest. On the other side, people say that, oh God, leave it alone. We need biodiversity. Just that's cool, and maybe sometime, at some point, there will be more life in the forests. We can feel that in our community. It's very slight. We can manage that. There is no serious conflict. But the community of 500 hectares plus quite a number of people, although that's a sparsely populated area, some people come in from far away, and some say, you live in the forests, in the mountains. Others think along with you, and they root for you. And they might think a bit along the same lines as you. And then there are some who are really radical. And I'm right in the middle trying to keep the central load. I'm sure to disappoint someone, and I've called some people and said, yeah, not really. That's fine. People differ. And I'm sure I'm stroking someone the wrong way. But so far, nobody has been throwing things at me. Any further questions? Do we have any questions from the web? No. Oh, one more thing. Something that I learned. Something that is totally surprising for me. I'm a skier. And there turn out to be two types of skiers. One love really wide highway cut into the forest, preferably with overhead lighting, and it's a really polished one. And then there are other ones who just ski in the forest and can take the risk of some branches falling to the tracks or falling on them. And so there you go, different types of skiers, and you need to manage that as well. Microphone for the speaker, please. What's the name of these lakes? And now we'll sort of become vague. This lakeland does not have an agreed name, and it shows how weird that situation is. There are 3-4 different names that are being used for them. The Kooraste Lakes is one option. And there is a hand up in the back row, and that is probably the last question because we are seriously behind schedule.
Kas selle protsessi käigus tekkis ka mõtteid, millised seadused aitaksid seda olukorda parandada, et kodanikel oleks võimalus
what kind of laws would improve the situation so citizens would have a chance of standing for their rights? That's an excellent question. All kinds of thoughts were circled, but I've been able to reject most of these thoughts. Yes, there were thoughts and ideas. But anything that would stand behind, not really. Maybe if I were to take up another 0.4 full-time, 0.4 equivalent of a full-time employment, I might find it out, but I don't have the strength for that right now. Good luck, Madis. Good luck and all the best so you can continue the fight. And now it's time for the final panel discussion on at this conference today, and I'm hoping to welcome most interesting people here. Mr. Peter Lauritz, an artist and a curator of the Biotopia conference, a folklorist, cultural historian, Mrs. Marju Kõivupuu, and a forest expert Estonia and fan for nature, Ms. Liis Kuresoo. I hope you'll be able to come here and join us on the couch.
Ma ei tea, kas me saame tegelikult vestluseks ühe mikrofoni siia veel tekitada, et või siis Peeter ja Marju jagavad. Ai, Peetril on mikrofon siin olemas.
Peter and Marju, do you need to? Now you have microphones, and you can just keep the handheld microphone. It's wonderful to see you here. And the meaning of this conversation was that we've been scientific here, and we've shared experiences. Maybe we should just let the mind wander freely. I must admit that I'm a bit confused because I didn't choose the topic. You might arrive as you wander around in the forest. That came from you. What does it mean? Arrive where as you wander around in a forest? What's that place where you arrive to? Well, I didn't define that title, although in our correspondence I said that I could speak about getting lost in a forest. And then you spoke about getting somewhere. And I think getting lost is the opposite of arriving. And I'd like to say that getting lost in a forest is one of the most sublime, most valuable experiences that a person can acquire. And let's define getting lost. It's not about looking for a way home. It's not about getting somewhere, but it's giving it up. You're not trying to define yourself using a GPS. You don't try to define your location on a map. You don't try to find any pointers. You simply are in a forest. You experience the forest. And you don't really care where you arrive. And let's make turns and twists with this conversation as well. As I think back on that day, the topic that I really wanted to discuss was that we sense a cognitive dissonance over the past few years in the discourse on forestry. We see a clear divide in the attitude that people and forestry companies and forestry management companies and conservationists have. Is it something new? Maybe Mario, you can comment. Maybe it's a very old thing. We know that we are used to consider ourselves people of the forest. We have songs about that. At the same time, we have a saying, go to the forest if you want to send someone to somewhere they don't want to be. Or you get into the forest when you're totally confused. That is a very good point, but I didn't come up with that title as well. Arriving while you're getting lost or ponder around in a forest. If you're getting really deep into things, you may arrive as well. And to wander around means that you really need to focus or go deep into something. Arriving means, well, it depends on how you see a forest. If I were to speak at length, we'll be here until the morning, but I don't think you'll agree to that. Well, we won't, because others need to have a word in edgewise. But it does depend on how you see a forest. In the last few decades, it seems to me that the public policy of Estonia is that a forest is a resource. State treasury needs to be filled. Then there was a party who said that we need to be among the 5 richest countries, but not specifying in what areas. And we can take very different roads here. Valuing forests, seeing that as a value, that is one way of manifesting nature protection. And first of all, most protecting nature from ourselves, because we don't need to protect nature from anyone else. It's just the Homo sapiens that we need to protect nature from. And everything related to heritage is about being a forest nation. We are an agricultural nation in an equal measure. The fields come from the forest lands, but it also depends on how much do we dare to get lost in a forest? How well do we know them? What are the values? that it carries. A conservationist, well, Estonians do care about nature. If they tear down a house or a whole block of flats, it's not really hurtful. But if a well-known tree is taken down, that's a totally different thing. And the whole thing of getting lost in the forest, or go to the forest, is about speaking about biodiversity. And let me share a thought that I'm afraid of forgetting later on. And it's first and foremost about understanding biodiversity. I'm of the generation who's seen a whole field of yellow flowers in a forest. We've seen bird's eyes, we've seen kitten paws. These are flowers that are natural for me. For my kids, these are a rarity, but for next generations, they won't even know what they look like. They won't have these yellow flowers, they won't have kitten paws, they don't have swallow eyes. And that really hurts me, that these beautiful flowers, the story of these three can be adapted to other species in our nature. Lise, what was it that you wanted to say? I know who titled that panel. And it was Mari-Liis. And could we ask them to give a really big round of applause to Mari-Liis? Do you have anything to share about that whole issue of getting lost? I was thinking about what is important to share about that. As I think about last night and to sum up today, every time we speak about the forest, we think about it, then we're wrong. We get lost. Because a forest is such an immensely complicated system. We've spoken so much today about roots. How do the roots operate? We don't even know about it. We know they play an important role, but what is that role? Then Renno said that none of us believed. What is the biodiversity in key woodland habitats? And as we wander around the forest, we see things from the height of our eyes. And we are always lost in a forest. Little by little, knowledge about forest is gathered. The more knowledge that we collect, the more we understand the role of forests in the world. How they recreate an environment that favor the growth of forests. I believe that getting lost in forests as large systems is quite natural, and maybe it should make us pause in awe much more, because forest systems are absolutely insane. And another thing, maybe, something that came up was that if we look at trees in a forest, maybe we are wrong. Maybe forests are more about mushrooms and fungi and microorganisms that enable the growth of trees. Maybe it's all that, because the whole saying that you don't see the forest behind trees, that refers to exactly what you're speaking about. I'm reminded of Mr. Mikk Sarv. And maybe it's a dream, but it seems to me that it actually happened. I remember an interview years ago when he went to a forest university in Canada, and there was a representative of an indigenous people, and an Indian had said there, American Indian said that, well, the age of a forest starts from 100 years. Before that, they are just a baby. after 100 years, the forest becomes wise. It is a very interesting description of something that we heard of today, the whole biodiversity issue, going deep into something, into smaller and smaller things. I don't have a very specific question, but rather, have you experienced the wisdom of a forest that is related to the age of forest? Because all of you are people who actually go to forests. Well, yes. The feeling in old forests or primeval forests, it is almost the same thing that I said when I spoke about these 3 flowers. Real primeval forest. Do we have them at all? Do we have any left? These old woods would mean that we approach the woods as something that we cannot and should not own in a way that when we look at them, we only see the resource. And the old wisdom from these woods comes from our heritage as well, that where it says, before we take anything out of the wood, you approach these woods and ask nicely first, because you need it, and you do not take more than you actually need. But what is happening, our woods now makes inevitably us to ask, do we have to take this from the forest, or is it something else? And if it's something else, what is it? A good friend, Vootele Hansen, when he was writing the book about the history of Estonian nature protection, and he sent me some sections of it, and there is a story from this book that I love to share very often. A farmer sends a letter to the nature protectionists and asks them to place 3 oak trees under nature protection, and I have to find money for my children to go to school, and I'm not sure whether I have the strength of mind not to cut those oak trees to get money. So I think we have lost this old wisdom. Yes, it is sometimes funny to laugh about these old wisdoms, but feeling respect about words should come back. This should start from schools, the schools that teach being respectable about life. Mario, this is great that you mentioned this issue of owning forest of food, owning land, owning forest. This is absurd, really. It is not possible to own something that is so much greater and so much more complex. Something that you can cut into pieces. Speaking about, for example, dogs and fleas. Do the fleas own the dogs, even if they make an agreement and create cadastral authority and then draw lines and borders on this dog and then start trading between themselves with this? Well, yes, they think they own this, but what does it change? And now my question is to every landowner, is the earthquake on your land also yours? And what about the bark beetles? Precisely so. Well, it's really difficult to say anything against what Peter has just said, but at the same time,
we do know that Estonian forests have evolved in combination of activities of the nature and human beings. Yes, that is true, but this part that we have in addition to trees, mosquitoes, mushrooms, whatnot, ticks. That means that forest is not only trees, it is habitats, it is relations. We are part of it, but not owners of it. But have you felt, it seems like Peter has been thinking about these issues both as an artist and as a thinker that applies to the wisdom of the forest. So I asked, have you experienced this? I think time has changed. We want to teach the forest, not to learn from it. Well, we want to teach everything, not only forest. Yes, I do believe that when I've been speaking to young people, then I've tried to feel it like this. When I'm telling the children how old trees are, we know that one of the oldest things in Estonia is an oak tree from Urvaste. But if we tell children what is old, our old folk tales say that the oak trees have appeared somehow in our landscape. For example, Charles II from Sweden was some kind of a miracle man who planted trees in Estonia. So this is where we try to say by way of these images that this is something very old. And when you tell the children, interview this tree of 300 years old, who the tree has seen, what events they have seen, and what historical figures they have seen. So that thing gives us a different indication of things. I would like to talk to the Urvaste oak tree. How was it in our country when you were young, or something like that? Yes, I have felt it, that nature, woods and forests, they follow their own rules, and I am a guest there barely. And when we are guests, then we all know this saying that you do not go to a strange monastery with your prayers. When you go there, you have to try to understand, because we cannot understand everything to the fullest degree. Let's try to understand the language of the woods, the philosophy of its being. It is nice to listen to what Marju has just said. When Valdur Mikita was speaking about forests as an accelerator of science, and you said that it is like something to get your fantasy and imagination going. This is what Marju said. So this would be really powerful, more powerful. This is definitely so. In our civilization and in our culture, imagination is underestimated a lot. We are more like precise science culture. We like to measure everything, fix everything, build a system and hierarchies, and then draw some statistical conclusions. But there are things that we actually cannot measure, or whose measuring is unreasonably complicated. Take, for example, what's happening underneath the soil, under the earth, in this 20 or 30 centimeters, where biodiversity is most numerous, but we cannot see into it, not too much at least. We have limited possibilities of measuring such processes or studying those processes. So in places where we cannot conduct precise measurements or measure statistics or quantify anything. What we cannot measure, we cannot imagine. So here we come to a point why getting lost in the forest is a good thing. This initiates our imagination, gets it going, and we thinking about the memory or wisdom of the forests, then we have a huge amount of memory in forests. In South Thailand, there is a forest, a Kawasaki protected area, where the forest has been growing the last 160 million years. 160 million years, which means that the sandstone rocks there remember how a forest smells where there are no flowering plants. It is very difficult to quantify such forest. What does it really mean? But the perception of feeling that you get in this jungle, this is quite something different than in our Kütiorg. Well, listening to Peter and listening to the previous speakers and the Finnish photographers, then I got the idea that, well, we can measure it in every way. And it is nice that also means of art are being used for that. Whether you have the 2-minute forest or a 5-minute forest or a 24-hour forest. But in the same way, we can also describe whether a forest is a forest of many thoughts or few thoughts, a forest where you get a good feeling or not a good feeling. Everyone will be able to give an answer to this, and these answers can already be quantified. But what I was trying to, I was also trying to ask Liis to say something about this. Can you also put the wisdom of the forest into words somehow? Because you're a scientist in this field as well. I cannot put this into words, but I can be part of it very well, because this is what I go for in the forest. It could be an inventory or expert analysis or whatnot, but this is what I go looking for in the forest, actually, this feeling. And maybe for me, the biggest discovery about myself was when I'm moving about in the forest is to discover how green blind I am, how limited my ability to notice things or perceive things. It is very nice to go to a forest with people who know a lot more about nature, but I have noticed that even ordinary people who may even not hear or see so well, but even for them the green blindness can be compensated. The more you go into the forest, the better trained you become in this. And for me, the question has always been, when I go into the forest and perceive or feel the thing that I cannot put into words, then I don't really know how to convey it. For example, when I go, it would be to the forest, and it would be really nice to tell you that. For example, what is the moss of the year in Estonia, and the name doesn't really say anything for you. But I cannot convey this. What does it mean when you're in this old forest, when this dead wood is all about, so that this moss can grow there because of the conditions? That is for what we have: art, literature, and other media. And it is. We will find ourselves in difficulty when we want to express things purely scientifically, because we are lost for words. This is really good that you said things like that, because this was a subject that I wanted to ask you from, because as people we do speak about things, and when you're saying that the moss of the year is whatever it is, but it is has a name of green great moss or something like that. You can start imagining it because you already understand that it is moss, it is green, and it is great. You can imagine this when the title or the name of this moss is like that. But we are speaking about forest today, and we have come to a situation where we have these words, biomass and level of the stage of quality, liquid timber, stands, whatnot, all these technical terms. But then we have this wood and forest and stand and thicket. And then there are also some forest management related terms like this continuous cover forest or commercial forest. So don't all these words also have an impact on how we think about these things and how we act about these things? And let me give you an example. The word biodiversity was used a lot here today because Mikk Sarv introduced the Estonian corresponding term here about 10 years ago. The biological diversity was replaced by this native Estonian word, which, when translated into English, means richness of life, really, but not biodiversity. So this brings what we mean by this also closer to us. So isn't it the words that we use that has an impact? Yeah, words have power. And we can say that we can get lost in forester words as well. And especially when these bureaucratic terms are being used, this could create a simulacrum where we seem to know about things, we use these technical terms. And it is really awful how this bureaucratic terminology finds its way to the Estonian language, and we cannot express ourselves by using these beautiful words. We can't explain what we feel because we do not have words for that. Children, for example, do not like to read descriptions of the nature, for example. In there is a trick for children when they go walking in the wild nature, then they have to put like a mask to their face, and then they have to describe what they see through this little hole in the mask. I can give you a specific example. We needed a piece of art for the Kütioru or the Kütiorg nature reserve, and we had to buy some logs from the foresters, and then there were two men who were walking in a new forest for them. They had never been there before, and then they kept calculating all the time. This tree is so many cubic meters, this tree is so many cubic meters. This is like an anecdote, but this is how they behaved in the forest. This happened in real life. Yes, but it is true. Words have power. And this also shows us how we can think. Can offer you a new expression. For example, the footprint of a old folklore creature. For example, there are different ways of using the same term or as in different parts of Estonia. And Marju, maybe you would like to explain what this is. The footprint of this creature, I think it is all these bureaucratic words, bureaucratic texts that lead you to this footprint. You could think about the old Remus stories as well. These are these folk creatures in the forests, also not so good characters. They lead you to a wrong path. They mislead you because you've done something that is not good for the forest or for the community. So that means that you keep walking round and round and round, and you cannot get out of the forest. This is what this footprint means. And this could also be a punishment because you have entered the forest by using the wrong paths. So you included a moral aspect to this as well. I like to speak about these things in terms of with scientists of, for example, a professor of physics at Tartu University. We've been speaking about the same kind of footprints, and he says, yes, these footprints do exist, but he cannot measure them, and possibly they cannot be measured at all. And it is true. The moral aspect is there. Yes, I may have a different opinion here, maybe, from Marju, but in my home forests, there are several places that when you walk through these without paying attention, that you tend to lose your track, and you start going round and round and round in a loop. And I use these footprints for a specific purpose, in order to get lost, so that it would be really more comfortable or nicer to be in the forest. This is what I wanted to say as well. You can just let the forest carry you, or the forces of the forest carry you. So when you get lost in the forest, you could actually arrive at your own being, or arrive in the forest eventually. Lise wanted to say something as well. You said that this footprint of the creature sends you to a loop that you cannot get out of. I think this is just like our clear-cutting economy, where we are going round and round and we cannot get out of this. So, or drainage, forest drainage systems have been created at one point, and we have to care for them. So this loop goes on and on and on. Yes, I think we are thinking around this about the same thing, because I think the first footprint that we can find is the clear-cut area. This is the worst thing, because we can see just money dancing in our in front of our eyes. We want to get our hands on this money, but they can also turn out to be just tree leaves or something even worse, according to old folk stories. Yeah, the golden fish and, the folk stories. But speaking about this, but also axe and saw are also words that we have borrowed from others. But harvester and forwarder, these feel like tourists in our forests. They do not sound very home-like. These are the other folk creatures that you can create yourself and make them work for you. I think the harvesters are the same. They just ask for work, and they cannot be made not to work. And one of our presidents has said that manure is the future, is the fertilizer of our future, but I don't think that what harvesters leave in the forest is not fertilizers for our future. Well, you are playing games with words here, and I wanted to ask you about another word that has been forgotten or has a different meaning now. Do you know what is flasher? Välguti? Isn't this something that gives a light to harvester at night so that he can find food? No, I think this is a flasher of a photo camera as well, but it has also an old meaning as well. It is namely a place in the forest when you arrive on a clearing and it becomes very light, for example. And I read it in a book about this word, and this was Pedro Krusten. And another person who read about this was very happy to find this word that he thought was extinct already. And the experience was that you walk around in the shade of the trees and all of a sudden everything becomes like flesh white. But in clear-cut areas it's light all the time, so you cannot experience this anymore. Well, I would also like to give the possibility of the audience to ask questions from you, but there was also an issue that I kept thinking about today, and I would like to ask Liis about this because this had not been touched on today. We have lost track here. We speak about protected forests and protecting forests, and we keep in mind those forests that we should protect nowadays, but this protected forest, the term, has had a different meaning in Estonia, both during the Soviet periods and before the Second World War. These protected forests were something that were meant for protecting different types of landscapes or water on human beings, a type of forest. And looking at what is happening around cities today and thinking about the mental health of people, we should have more such forests to protect us. You are quite right here. These kinds of protection forests or protected forests have existed for a long time. They have been managed in a different way than the commercial forests. And this is so that the function of these kinds of forests has been to protect an environment that is necessary for us, or to protect, for example, our waters, our homes, from winds, for example. This term has existed, and it is really a sad thing that certain forests that could be managed in a different way so that their protective function is being maintained, but these forests are also cut clear and the function is lost. It disappears. And we are in a situation now, as Madi said in his presentation, Madis Kats, where we have a situation where the only positive story was about these key habitats where a piece of forest was left standing. But there's a lot of forest that does not meet these criteria, but it doesn't mean that these forests are not important for our environmental protection purposes. not all forests are yet key habitats. So what about these key habitats? If you cut the forest around the key habitat, then does it still remain a key habitat? It does remain a key habitat, but it is not so integrated anymore. And Kadri will be able to share some thoughts about this. I don't know whether she's still here, because she's been studying this recently, because key habitat should also have a buffer. So if trees get cut to the absolute edge of the habitat, then the forest inside will suffer from it and will not be able to manage. So, but I have a question. What has happened to these protective forests? They disappeared. When did they disappear? I think it was 2008, when I'm not mistaken, when the law was changed. And in the Forest Act, up until that time, there was a special category, protected forests, and the law was changed in 2008. And the explanation was that we formally have protection for them, but at the same time it was not taken into account that many of the forests lost their legal status of being protected and just became something else. And if the digital forester, Madis, would have looked at this map, he would have seen so many more forests of protected forests than today, because the area really of protected forests disappeared.
Are these what I call locally relevant or important areas? Yes, partially. Edward Abbey, one-time conservationist in the US, worded something like that wild nature is not a luxury that a society can afford, but it's as necessary for human spirit as water and air. And if human civilization cuts themselves off from there, they cut themselves off from their source, because everything comes from that. And in that sense, it is really a pity. I'm not really speaking about key woodland areas or very specific valuable species. I'm speaking about humans. If there were more opportunities around cities, and it seems that if you don't have forests, if you take your kids to a forest for half an hour, they change, they become different. So it seems to me that human spirit needs that. Cities and green areas aren't really that numerous, are they? There could and should be many more of those. And it is perhaps one way of helping our stretched nerves an opportunity to relax, giving us an opportunity to get into the forest after your work. Actually, I'm so sorry to tell you that this conference is coming to an end, and if you want to continue the conversation with Marju and Peter, you need to do that in the next 45 seconds or after the conference. So get lost in a forest. Are there any final recommendations or thoughts? I do have a recommendation. Since the Finnish photographers spoke so well about the half an hour, 30-minute forests and 5-minute forests, Estonia is seeing an increase in the 5-minute forests that are very hard to get lost in, because you see light everywhere and you can hear cars. There is a very simple trick. You need lay down, face down in the moss. Between all the little plants there, a huge forest there with their microscopic birds and predators and bugs and everything. and you can get lost there at a totally different level. You remind me of Hendrik Relve. Soil is the poor man's Amazonas. There are so many curious and fearsome creatures there. Mario? I'd circle around a very philosophical question. Before we reach for an axe or a saw or a harvester, we should perhaps ask, which was there first, man or tree? Everybody is very quiet. People got thinking, and that is a very serious question. And I'm not sure you can do that calculation with your 10 fingers. And Liisi? And I'd like to add to what Peter suggested, get lost in the bog of old trees. A wonderful place to get lost in. But if I get to practical recommendations, I do suggest you read a book sold in the foyer. Susanne Zimmer's Looking for Mother Tree. That's a really good book about trees and will make you see things in a very different way. Well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. That you've spent this time with us today, and maybe we'll meet each other in a forest at some point. Thank you very much indeed.
Ja ega midagi, et tegelikult niimoodi. Isegi mikrofon tahab lahkuda, et aeg on sealmaal.
Well, the microphone seems intent on leaving too.
Mikrofon annab märku, et on kõik selle päevaga tahan lihtsalt.
They are giving us pointers that is the end of this day. There's no point in capping everything that we've heard today, and I need to give
words of thanks.
But Kertu, please give me a hand here should I forget something. Kertu said before that there is no point in spending your energy in listing everyone here. One round of applause is quite sufficient. Every time a name is voiced, you clap once. So let's try that. First of all, Tallinn City University Conference Center and the technical team who has helped us to deliver sound and picture to you and provide the live transmission as well. Then interpreters that have helped us to forward the communicate us in other languages. Photographer Piret Räni, who recorded everything, but still some names. And let me show you the team of organizers who enabled this conference to be Siim Kuresoo, Liis Kuresoo, Laura Uivapuu, Gert Mell, Kertu Hool, and another applause for Mari-Liis Haljasaar, who is a leading force behind it all. Just a moment. They say that old forests, we say that. An old forest is like a good orchestra that really sounds together. Every forest conference is an orchestra, but without a conductor. We don't get anywhere without a conductor. 5 claps, at least 5 claps to our head conductor, Mari-Liis. And with that, the official part is over. Thank you for being here. Just a moment. Mari-Liis wants to say something.
Ikka ei ole. Aga nüüd on. Mina tahan veel vähemalt 3 plaksu.
I want at least 3 claps to the other conductor who moderated the whole day. Thank you so much, Siim. 5 claps are quite enough, and that's it. One clap or 5 claps to you, the audience. And finally, go to the forest. Thank you.